was just saying,
I'm chairing.
no, Chair, I was just going to request your indulgence
Yeah,
to say.
just wait on the.
Sorry, Chair, could we not handle Matjhabeng off first before we move on to Nala, because there's
Yeah, I asked and checked with you. No one raised their hand. That's why I went straight to
Okay.
Let's start with Medulandi and come this way.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is in terms of Matjhabeng, you have indicated that there are things that they are doing unlawfully. Now, my question is, if it's unlawful, why haven't they been charged? And why haven't they been prosecuted? If it's in terms of financial misconduct, and it is unlawful, then surely there must be something that we can do. And then also, in terms of, you indicated that in terms of the recommendations that is made by the intervention team, they indicated that they are just ignoring them and that they're not going to follow through on them. But surely, in terms of legislation, you have a mandate and some extent of power that you can enforce. So why isn't that being done? Or if you have done something from your side, what is it? And then lastly, what is your recommendation? What can we as a committee do or put in our recommendations that we can request the MEC to enforce? Should we go over to a full section 139 where we dissolve the municipality, or what is your input on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've just got a couple of things. Why has the municipality defied the PRE directives despite the illegal binding of the FRP? And why is the provincial executive not allowed full operational authority as envisioned in the PRP? What was the consequence management actions? What consequence managements were actioned or instituted against the officials responsible for the non-compliance? Was there any consequent management implemented? And why are the reports and the financial information not submitted timeously? I mean, there must be a reason for that. And then there's one that really bothers me. It's more under, why was the employment moratorium, this is within your control, why was the employment moratorium violated? And what correction actions have been taken? Because I mean, that is one of the reasons why they're in financial distress, is because the actual employment moratorium was violated. And the skills audit, why is that not completed? And were any of these alleged illegal appointments, they were not referred to the SIU, or we haven't received any report that they have. Why has that not happened? Because the problem is, and it seems to me that there's no expedited disciplinary cases being taken, which strengthens consequence management. There's absolutely none. Why are no disciplinary cases being taken? And then lastly, what on the institutions there is, what is the status of the PPE procurement and the OHS compliance? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let's thank the ex-correp for the presentation. I think, Chair, from where we are sitting, HOD, we are not going to succeed with the status of all the issues that are implicated, or the contents of the financial recovery plans. They are not being followed through by the municipality. And this requires a legislative or a constitutional measure, because I want to believe that the ex-correp has been there for something like more than 6 months now, and there's not been any positive positive results. But now it requires all of us, I think, Chair, as legislature, the department and the EXCO to find a way of how do we intervene. Perhaps it might be also the issue that, I'm not sure, Dr. Mali, if the municipality today understand when they went to council to adopt the financial report, did they know what is it that they were adopting? Because if they knew what they were adopting and the contents and how legal is binding the FRP, it means that their defiance is intentional, and they are not willing to implement the plan at all necessary, because what is reported or what we see in the report is minimal to nothing. So I think, Chair, we need to hit hard and use the necessary legislations to enforce the municipality to comply and to allow all the necessary activities that the EXCO rep must be involved in everything that is set out in the FRP. A failure to do that, we have to enforce HOD, what the legislation says we must do, because it means that the people are not going to get these services if there's false reporting of information. It means that people deliberately wake up and go to work and lie, and then they get paid to lie. And that is very serious, at the expense of the people that ought to get these services. And it's not that there is no assistance. The EXCO rep is there to assist and intervene and guide the municipality, but there's refusal to comply. So I think, Chair, we need to intervene. There's no any other way. We just have to intervene. I think that will be all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Over to you, Dr. Ma.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the question mainly is around how do we enforce or how do we correct all this defiance? What are the consequences? I must indicate, Chair, that my powers, I do not have powers over the council. However, on the issues of the non-compliance by officials, we have reported to the mayor, because the problem of defiance here, unlike perhaps in other municipalities, this is a leadership that defies. The council, the speaker, the mayor, the municipal manager that are acting. Now, you write to the speaker. The speaker has never responded to all my correspondences. From the day when the intervention started, we were saying, in fact, it started that they were not inviting us to the meetings. From the first report in December, I wrote endless letters, we elevated the matters. Up until some time in February, they said, yeah, you can come. When he said, okay, it's fine, but give the reports, because I must sanction the reports, quality assure the reports to ensure that they are correct. They said, no, but this is our council, by the way. You can come and just listen. You can't present. So as a result, we elevated the matters to Executive Council, because I do not have powers over them. And we made the necessary recommendations. So we're under the understanding that I think the EXCO is processing those reports and weighing its options in relation thereto. So at least we have since ensured that the EXCO is aware, and we made some recommendations, because the court order said if Matjhabeng is not cooperative, one of the options is to dissolve. That's what the court order has said. So with all the other matters that we've brought to the attention, we are hopeful that the EXCO will then guide us as to what then should happen. I must indicate that the Premier made some attempts to also intervene. In March, she had a meeting with the MECs for Finance and COCTA, as well as the Mayoral Committee, in which they have committed to cooperate. But they request us to finish other issues outside that board meeting. They said they still want to further engage on the issue. So the Premier has tried, the ministers have tried, so maybe it will be left for EXCO to make a final determination on the way forward. And that's what relates to all the issues, the violation to moratorium, to SIU, and so on and so forth, because ultimately, the duty is on the council to ensure that there is that implementation, but it's the same council that is at default. I believe, Honorable Sgwebela, that they knew what, they understood the resolution that they have taken, because part of the resolution, they made it a clear expression that they direct administration to fully comply. So effectively, if you were to sum up from the leadership perspective of Matjhabeng, is what you term indicate left, turn right. Council take a resolution that we fully support the financial recovery plan and we commit to follow it. And their next meeting, they are the first ones that do it the other way, allow the mayor to report to himself in council. And you write to them, including the speaker will ignore you. You write to municipal manager and tell him, no, what you are doing is wrong, he ignores you. You write to the mayor, he ignores you. You write to Ipari, at least the chief whip tried, but she just sympathized with you and say, but I'm overruled. So there's a biggest problem. It starts with the council, which I do not have authority over. That is why I elevate as the matter, because I only function in terms of the powers that have been delegated or assigned, and they do not include my authority over. If I had the powers, I would have long made decisions around the fate of that council. But to the honorable member that asked about what my recommendations, one, it has proven that coexisting, that the leadership of Matjhabeng can coexist with the intervention. So we may need a certain level of intervention, more enhanced, like 1391B, where the entire executive powers are taken away from them, so that we could see and have some enhanced powers so that we can address this. And if not, because this is a court order anyway, because it also borders on the contempt. It's also one of the options which we have recommended to executive to ensure that they can't go to court to enforce this, because it's within their powers. Otherwise, it borders on them being in contempt of court. So that's basically in summary. So on the PPE, they are not done, honorable member. The issue of PPE, we knew about it in July, and that is why we have factored it in the financial recovery plan. But as early as in August last year, we convened municipality and say, it's going to be compulsory from November when the financial recovery plan is in place. So let's start to prepare accordingly to ensure that issue of PPE is a simple administrative issue. Now, because they were at the height of their defiance, they have not honored those meetings. They did not take any instruction. That is why even at some point, labor, they embarked on a strike to say their workers can't work without the PPE. So it's one of those where they do what they wish, but there's still not sufficient PPE given to employees at this point in time. Even the same on the moratorium. This one is quite interesting because in their report, they claimed that they have observed a moratorium, they are not employing. On the 16th of February, we'll forward you that correspondence, Chair. Municipal manager approved and gave a directive that there must be posts in line with the financial recovery plan. Municipality must advertise and employ agently between by no later than 31st. So effectively, the financial recovery plan is being made, and that's what I told them, that they're making it a mockery. They are now doing wrong things in the name of a financial recovery plan. Because the plan says don't employ those 3 categories. They approve a submission and write a letter and say, in line with the FRP aligned decision, you must go and employ cashiers and whoever, plumbers and so, So it's effectively, if we were to ensure, as I conclude, Chair, municipalities started not taking it serious. Maybe we made a lot of noise. They now do their own things unlawfully and wrongly through the plan or referring to the plan that it is allowed. Like the issue of their budget. They have ticked, you'll see in their report when they come, they claim that they have passed a FRP aligned adjusted budget within parameters, which is not. And when we met with them, we said, but how do you consciously do this? Because even Treasury wrote to you and told you that your report is unfunded. It's not compliant. You are sitting with the FRP parameters that say down your budgets to 3.9 billion. You are making it 4.5 more. This year you are making, for the 26-27, you are making it 4.8. Outside the parameters which we have them. And then with a straight face, you say you are compliant. I mean, how do you do that? So they're at that level whereby a plan now is just used to justify the wrong. And we told them, fortunately, because all this which I'm saying, those are the things that whenever they come to our meetings, when they wish to come, like they've started to come now, we engage with them on this matter. Between January and February, they wrote to us. That's the only correspondence we got from them. That they were telling us that we will no longer come to a meeting. We'll only allocate you Mondays. If you want to do anything about financial recovery plan, come on our meetings on Monday. Thereafter, we're busy during the week. So now they've started to come. There's a change of heart. There's a new acting MM. They are now coming. We're able then to be able to share these things to them. But our recommendation is that we need to have more heightened form of intervention, or as we have recommended, explore legal measures to compel them to do so, because there's clearly no willingness. There's actually more desire to undermine the law. Despite that they have passed that resolution, like I indicated. They have a resolution in black and white, which they have forwarded me as well last week or 2 weeks ago, which say, we respect the financial recovery plan, everyone must follow it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dave, I want us to move faster I'm so much, because it's 11:25 now. We have not taken Salga. We have not taken Ndate Amos. And I see that he came rushing thinking that we have passed him. You see, my worry is that your question may trigger more. Dave and Matjhabeng.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's just a quick statement. The department has completely lost control of Matjhabeng. I realize that it's more of a political issue than what it is a administrative issue, but because of no consequence management, Matjhabeng does exactly what it wants to do, and it feels less for what your authority is. Thank you, Chair.
Matjhabeng, you wanted to say something?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and let me also welcome the presentation. Chair, I think this report already is elevated to the EXCO, as the presenter has alluded. Chair, I think as a committee, you must wait for a resolution from ESCO, and then we'll take it from there. Specifically on the issue of the mayor presenting all reports in the council, we know that in council there's the Municipal Structures Act and the MFA that guides the procedural of the council. So because it's already elevated to ESCO, let's wait for the report from ESCO and then we'll take it from there as the committee. Thank you so much.
Do you have anything to say, or that was more of what we really need to consider? HOD, I want you to speak after Nala. Ndate Goliath, we are going to give you about 20 minutes. Don't be like Ndate Mohale with introductions, a lot of go straight to real issues so that your 20 minutes can also include questions. Honorable members, the breakfast is ready outside, so you can go outside one by one whilst we are to have something to eat. And I'm told that you did not submit that presentation. Unfortunately, legislature is so poor; it doesn't have screens and facilities to project. You can just send it to. Oh no, Bariti. Yes, Bariti.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You know the problem with you, Ndate Goliath, is that you know your voice needs something to push it. So put that thing nearer you so that we can hear you. Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable members, HOD and colleagues. My name is Amos Goliath. I'm the administrator at Nala Municipality, which is under 1391B, which was invoked on the 30th of April 2025 and extended in December 2025. I want to skip a few slides, and I'm now on paragraph 4, which deals with institutional arrangements. The Nala municipality has a collective executive system, so we don't have an executive mayor. The MM and the CFO are still in their positions, but the CFO has been placed on precautionary suspension due in subordination and obstruction of the 139 intervention. He lodged an urgent High Court application which was struck from the roll, but he has restarted the process again. The municipality has been operating without a CFO since the 17th of March, and a request has been submitted to COCTA to second a suitably qualified individual to act as CFO. The response was positive, but the individual has not yet started in Nala, which can lead to a lot of non-compliance issues. I have been promised that the individual will start at Nala sometimes this week. As to support the intervention, an individual, Mr. Mutsima, was seconded to Nala on the 1st of September 2025, but he left again on the 1st of November to take up another position in the provincial government. There is a definite need, an urgent need for more support in the form of human resources, that mean technical people, finance people to support the intervention. The employment contract of the Director Technical expired on the 31st of January. The position is still vacant. It has been advertised, and a request was submitted to COCTA to second a suitably qualified individual. We have yet to get somebody to act in the position, which places a heavier load on the very thin senior management structure of the municipality, which is made up of the administrator and the municipal manager. Chairperson, just an apology. The mayor is on study leave since yesterday. She called me this morning to say that she will join us. There's just a submission that she needs to make. And I just received a message from the MM that he says the program said we were supposed to come in at 2, and he had arranged his things for 2 o'clock. He doesn't think he can come immediately. He can only be here at 2. So that was an oversight. The municipality, one of the reasons why we're struggling at Nala is there is no middle management layer in the municipality. And one of the features of a good institution is a very strong middle management which can absorb whatever happens from the top and from the bottom. Nala does not have a middle management. It only has the manager supply chain and the manager HR and one manager PMU and a manager planning. So we have advertised the positions of manager electricity, internal audit and legal services. The advert has closed and we are about to conclude the selection process. We have also advertised for the establishment of the audit and risk committees and the financial disciplinary committee. The selection process is slow because of the lack of capacity. As I say, the administrator is all by himself with the MM there, and the person who was assigned to facilitate the filling of all these structures and posts was withdrawn when he took up another position, and that has been brought to the attention of COCTA. The 2025-26 budget and IDP was approved on 31 May 2025. The SDBIP was subsequently approved by the mayor. We have reduced the issue of dualism. The IEC facilitated a successful by-election in Ward 7 of Nala on the 10th of September 2025. A new speaker was elected, an MPEC chairperson has been appointed, and the executive committee and council meetings are now being held on a regular basis. Council approved its audit action plan emanating from the visit of the Joint Portfolio Committee of Parliament of August 2025. But Council, in addition, developed a recovery action plan which includes the issues that gave rise to the intervention and included the audit action plan. And it was adopted by Council in December 2025. The MEC of COCTA has, following a council resolution, granted condonation for the extension of the current valuation role, which was a contributing factor for the municipality being placed under administration. A team from COCTA has been assigned to support the municipality with the valuation role, and currently the valuation role has been published and it is out for public inspections and for the public to raise objections. The municipality applied and was accepted for the debt relief program of Val Central Water, and Nala has been paying its current bulk water account since inception of the 139 every month. The status of the financial recovery plan, NALA is under 1391B, and one of the terms of reference did make provision for a financial recovery plan from inception, and a letter was sent to Treasury on the 20th of January 2026 to remind them that the terms of reference stated that the Treasury will facilitate the financial recovery plan, and to date we have not received a response from the Treasury. Now, the recovery action plan that I referred to earlier seeks to incorporate the issues raised by the Auditor General in the 2023-24 audit report, issues raised by the Joint Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Auditor General and Finance during their visit to the Free State. It also seeks to include issues raised by the Free State Joint Committee on ProPact. This committee raised certain issues that when we appeared before it last year, and the recovery action plan also includes the issues that was raised by this committee, and that it includes issues raised in the terms of reference of the Section 139 intervention, and it also includes issues that were picked up during community engagements, are all incorporated in the recovery action plan. A copy of this recovery action plan was attached to the submission to this committee, so the committee should be having a soft copy of the recovery action plan to see the issues that are included in the recovery action plan, as well as the progress that the municipality is making against those indicators. We try to be as objective as possible towards ourselves in terms of monitoring the implementation of the recovery action plan. Under key achievements and risks and constraints and remedial action, we have raised the following issues. The Section 106 investigation started in October 2025, and we have yet not received the report in the municipality. And 3 weeks ago, the councillors from the EFF occupied my office for the whole day, demanding a copy of the Section 106 report. And hopefully this report can be made available to council so that we can deal with those issues. It also impacts on possible consequence management against certain senior officials in the municipality. The municipality has since been complying, submitting Section 71 reports, although sometimes they were not in time. The municipality has also started to submit Circular 88 reports in terms of Circular 88 of the MFMA to COCTA. There was a 2-day training and induction session for MPEC members, which was conducted by SALGA and the Provincial Treasury in November. MPEC is now meeting regularly, and to date, they have written off 46 million in interest for late payments. MPEC has not considered the interest due to ESCOM at that stage, because the municipality was not complying with the debt relief conditions, and we could not write off the interest that relates to the interest due to ESCOM. The NCOP at its sitting of 23 October, amongst others, resolved that the former chairperson of MPEC, who is now the Speaker of Council, should table the outstanding MPEC report to the council, which was done in December and handed to the EXCO, lead, and I have subsequently handed it to an attorney to investigate the allegations further that were made against some senior officials in that MPEC report. The NCOP also issued a directive that the EXCO rep should take direct disciplinary action against senior managers where the need arises, as council in the past collapsed the sittings where reports were tabled about anything that might lead to disciplinary action being taken against them. SARS is now paid up to date. And then interviews for the filling of the vacant post of Director Corporate Services were concluded, but no suitable candidate was identified for appointment, and council resolved at its meeting, subsequent meeting, that the post be re-advertised. The 2026-27 draft budget has been tabled on the 31st of March, and the public participation process is about to commence. The municipality has not been able to engage on its bilaterals with Treasury because of the vacuum that was created by the suspension of the CFO, and there's no suitably qualified person in the municipality who can act as a CFO. The remainder is just service delivery achievements that was presented. That is a lot of detail that I will skip with your permission because you do have copies of that. As far as financial viability, there's a summary of our critical financial indicators as on the 31st of January. Collection rate is 40% because of a lack of implementation of credit control policies. And that was duly because the people in credit controls powers were just unilaterally taken away from them by the CFO. That's one of the reasons why it was suspended. Our debtors amounts to 953 million, and that is for the same reason, but mainly these are residential debtors. Our creditors, 1.6 billion, but that includes of which 1.2 billion is to ESCOM. Val Central is 147 million. The government garage, 17 million. Our financial system is 11 million. Our employee costs are 36.6%. And we also owe COIDA for occupational injuries, 18.5 million. When the intervention started, it was 20 million, and for unexplained reason, the municipality has not been servicing COIDA, but we have started servicing it, and we have brought it down to 18.5. They have just credited us with this year's levies due, and I see it has now gone back to 21 million. So sometimes it appears as if we're giving 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. The municipality's budget is unfunded, but a funding plan was submitted. The AFS was only submitted at the end of October 2025. The Auditor General is still on site. We had an Audit Steering Committee meeting yesterday, and they promised that our final management letter will be available on the 15th of this month. So hopefully Friday we will have our final management letter. Treasury removed NALA from the debt relief program, but we have since adopted the DAA with ESCOM, which effectively should place NALA back on the debt relief program. The municipality's one of the biggest challenges of the municipality is the lack of vehicles, plant, and equipment. That includes yellow plant, and that makes it extremely difficult to improve our levels of service delivery to communities, especially as far as waste collection is concerned and as far as maintenance of our roads. Although last week we have taken delivery of a new compact vehicle, that the municipality purchased for refuse collection. And we have placed an order through the MIG grant for a new compact vehicle for the next financial year. If we can see an increase in revenue collection, we might be in a position to purchase an additional compact vehicle from our own funds. The committee would remember that there were 2 tipper trucks of the municipality that was illegally removed from the municipality's premises. We've been able to recover those tipper trucks, but we have not been able to recover the registration papers for those tipper trucks. So at the moment, we cannot use them, and we're returning back to court to see whether we can get the documentation and register these tipper trucks on the name of the municipality through a court order. As far as exiting the intervention is concerned, I think it's important that we note that the intervention, and not this one and not any intervention, is intended to last indefinitely in municipality. We are doing well with meeting, honoring the triggers of the intervention, although we have picked up many other governance issues that did not necessarily trigger the intervention. But the recovery action plan is not, if we look at the dates for the recovery action plan, we'll see that some of them are way beyond the dates of the intervention, and that is because of budget requirements and financial requirements. There was a question last time, I think, from the Honorable Mackay about our landfill sites and stuff. We had a meeting last week with the DBSA, and that is among one of the service offerings from the DBSA that they undertook to render free of charge to the municipality an environmental impact study, and making sure that they do all the studies and policies and legislation for us that will make our landfill sites compliant with legislation. So that meeting was last week that we had with the mayor and the MM and the DBSA. So hopefully there will be progress as far as that is concerned. The evaluation role of the municipality, we are on track to implement it on the 1st of July. And once the evaluation role of the municipality is implemented, and we have at least filled the senior manager positions, and for me, most importantly, the middle management position, we have appointed strong people. I think then we will go to COPTA and present an exit plan for the municipality. That is basically our presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Nala. I don't know whether should I give over to the HOD or no, before HOD. Let me just get the interaction of members to.
No, thanks, Chair. A very quick one. Okay,
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just 1 or 2 questions. The first one is, as you come into Bothaville, there's a sports ground on the right-hand side that has been turned into a recycling plant. Now there was questions raised about this, the health hazards, the licensing, the correspondence between the municipality and the actual grounds. What's happened about that site? Has the sports ground been given back to the sports facility? Is that recycling plant still operating? it is a major health hazard and it's not in license compliance. That's one question. And then I just want to know how the municipality plans to improve the collection rate from the 40% to the national norm. What is the rate there? And then the last question from my side is what actions have been taken to fill the critical vacancies that are a problem? Oh, sorry, and there's one more. How is the municipality addressing the internal resistance and the political interference, especially regarding the EPWP workers? Thank you.
No, thanks very much. A quick one. The presentation mentioned that the MPEG is functional and that they have written off a certain amount. I just want to find out how many cases have been referred to council for consequence management.
Thank you so much, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation. Chair, mine is on the middle management. The presentation said there's no middle management, meaning the directors. And then the director corporate interview was held, but there was no suitable candidate. But in Velco, in Leisurely Putswa, there's no suitable candidate for the director corporate kappa. Maybe there's any re-advertisement that is made, or maybe there's any reason usafumane and the suitable candidate for the corporate director. On CFO1 chair, the report said there's no suitable person qualified to act on the position of the CFO in the municipality. Maybe if we can get the reason why this position as CFO is advertised, we'll check what fella the acting one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the presentation. I think it's 139B. Yeah, I think that the Goliath matlaji matlatamini rafen that the magalo mali. Matlatam legaler. Because I'm reading the terms of reference, I can see that the authority is with you that the Goliath now. Do you see perhaps any positive or progress with the institution with regard to the recovery? And one, I want to ask what necessitated that the extension of the intervention to be the 30th of August, when you look at the current status where you are and the work that you are about to do? Do you think by the 30th of August we would have stabilized that institution and improved its affairs? Secondly, I want to understand why does the municipality relies more on external users? It means outsourcing its functions. And these functions are quite expensive because of the markup price that your service providers would have, instead of using your other institutions. Like for instance, if the municipality uses attorneys, I don't know that they are fighting what, but they don't have legal services, but I know that COCTA and other departments, they might be having human resource that is available to be deployed in that municipality. The issue of intergovernmental relations to assist the municipality instead of outsourcing that particular function. Secondly, as well, is the issue of the yellow fleet as well. That is outsourced, that is bought and so forth. Why are you not using government garage? I think government garage, they are even, in fact, they are the most reasonable if you were to purchase anything through the government garage contract. I think it's RT 55 or 50 something, 56. Why is so keen and what is so interested about outsourcing these functions when you have government departments or entities that can assist you in fulfilling these functions? That will be all from my, okay, the last one, the irregular expenditure. I'm not sure how far the investigations are on the 271 million, and are you getting to conclusions about it, and what are the, if there is a report, what are the main contributors of those irregular expenditure of 271 million? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I attempted not to ask questions, but I triggered here to ask some questions, Chair. One is technical losses, Chair. 63% of collections come from electricity, Chair. Yet 950 households in Kalinkomo and Vergenoeg. I think I'm still on the right locations, Chair, for Nala. Let me confirm that before I carry on. The Kalinkomo and Vergenoeg, it's situated there at Nala. Now it's remaining unelectrified, Chair, because of ESCOM refuses to increase the notified maximum demand, Chair. So I just want to check how are they going to attend to that one of Vergenoeg and Kalinkomo. Thank you very much, Chair.
I don't know whether the question, will it not be relevant when we engage directly the municipality, when the mayor is here?
Sharp, Chair.
Can I give over to, and overrule any other hand and give over to Dr. Amos to respond so that we then get to Salga afterwards? I can see those eyes, the piercing eyes there, but let's get the response.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Amos, please, let's give over to Ntate, because it looks like these eyes are really disturbing.
I don't have a specific question. In fact, I needed your guidance. I don't want to engage in Dr. Amos, but I thought that the provincial department and SALCA are very strategic stakeholders which we also have to engage. I was going to ask for your indulgence, or are you going to open that to engage that? My colleagues have covered me.
Oh, no, what is going to happen, the HOD, these two presentations were presentations of COCTA. So the HOD will just summarize after that Amos. And then we then get the SALGA presentation.
Thank you, Chair. On the sports facility, the sports facility has been abandoned by the municipality for a number of years, Chair. I paid a visit to the sports facility myself, and I saw how much damage has been done to the sports facility. Especially steel bars have been taken out and probably sold for as scrap metal. So the sports facility is not in a state where it can be used for what it has been built. And unfortunately, with MIG funding, we cannot use MIG funding to refurbish that particular sports facility, because it is in town. It is not in the previously disadvantaged area. So to repair that sports facility, the municipality will have to use money from its own revenue. Now, what has happened, a complaint was laid to me that there is somebody who is using it as a recycling site. And we did engage the lady, and she indicated that the municipal manager, before the current municipal manager, gave her permission to use that as a recycling site. And she has requested the municipality to allocate her another place because that can obviously not be used for recycling. So yes, she is still on that site, recycling. The reason why we have not removed her as yet is because we do not have a site to allocate to her. We do not have good security at the municipality. The security unit of the municipality is completely dysfunctional. There's currently an ad hoc committee that was appointed by council to look at how we can secure council's infrastructure better. If we force her out of that site, overnight there will be nothing left of the steel panels that are still there. So you must almost choose between two devils there. Without saying it to her, she's actually protecting what is left of that place. If we just remove her, that place will be vandalized overnight because the municipal security are not even adequate to support the stores. And I think the Honorable Mackay once visited our stores, and they cannot even properly secure our stores where we have material that we use for maintenance. Now, are we going to move the security, the little minimum security from the stores to a stadium that is in such a state that is going to need millions anyway? So yeah, that is an area that we can do better, but that is basically the reasons why we have not forced her off. But we have also established that there are many municipal buildings in Nala, in and around Nala, that are illegally being occupied. We have written letters to all the occupants, and we have assigned an official in Nala to engage officials in Kokta's legal team to see how we can draw up a standard contract to make them pay, even if it's just minimum lease, because we are not attending to maximize the revenue from that building, because as I say, without saying it to them, they are actually looking after our property, because it's not property that you can go to the market and say, I'm renting out this property. It's in such a state of disrepair that nobody will pay market-related prices to rent it from the municipality. The second one, the collection rate, Chair, we had a meeting last Thursday with the revenue management team. We have reinstated the functions and authorization codes of the credit control team that was removed by the CFO. That was one of the reasons why he was suspended. And we had a meeting with them that we must start implementing our credit control aggressively. Again, this is how we will try to implement, to increase our collection rate. But with that, we will also have to improve service delivery, the removal of waste and repairs of our streets. We have ordered 82 cubic meters of hot asphalt, which should have been delivered this week, actually the previous week, but it has not been delivered, to see how we can look at our roads inside of town. And currently we are working on the gravel roads in the township at the moment, in both Matjhabeng and in Khotsong. The filling of critical posts, we have advertised those manager positions. We are currently doing the shortlisting so that we can fill those positions. the middle management positions are not the senior manager positions, are the positions that report to the senior managers. And it's at that level where we don't have qualified people. At the senior manager level, we mostly find generalists who are not subject experts. But at the manager level is where you're looking for subject experts. And it's because of a lack of strong middle management at the manager level that so much of the work is outsourced of the municipality. Because if you had a qualified technician and a qualified engineer as manager electricity and manager waste management, they would have been able to diagnose the problem and have given guidance to the electricity and the waste management staff on which parts needs to be used to replace or to repair this plant. But because you don't even have people who can make a proper diagnostic analysis of what is it that causes the failure in the network, what happens is nobody knows, and then a service provider is called to come and do what they call strip and code, to come and analyze the fault and to repair the fault, which makes our repairs and maintenance account to skyrocket, whereby we could, if we had properly qualified experts at the middle management level, we could have reduced that substantially, and this is what we're trying to do now. We've also advertised the position of manager legal, because if we had a manager legal, not so much work would have been given through to lawyers, because there would have been somebody on site who could have maybe just written a simple letter. But now that simple letter is given to a law firm to write that letter at exorbitant cost to the municipality. COCTA is also assisting us. It's a lot of work that we write to the HOD and ask him to appoint a state attorney to assist the municipality, especially those assignments where we see it involves a lot of costs, and we've been getting good support from COCTA as far as that is concerned to minimize the legal. But that will only be, no, let me rather not say what I wanted to say now, because what I wanted to say now, I might say to COCTA that after the intervention stops, they don't have to do it. I would like to see COCTA continuing giving municipality support as far as that is concerned. How do we deal with resistance? I think that is something that we deal with it's a stop and go. Some days are better than other days. The relationship with the mayor has improved substantially, I must say. With the speaker and with the caucuses of the parties, there are sometimes days when the parties would accuse the intervention, me, myself, of favoring another party, because everybody wants the ear of the EXCO rep. I don't know what is the understanding of the EXCO rep, but I think if I compare it with 6 months ago, it has improved. I was just assaulted in my office on 27th of November by a service provider. It was reported to COCTA, and now I have a close protection officer who works with me, so to take care of that. So it remains volatile, but it's something that we are managing on a day-to-day basis, and we deal with the problems as they come. Now and then, with all councillors, there are problems, but I think it is manageable at the moment. Sometimes I call the HOD, and he makes a call, and then we manage it. But it's not something that we cannot manage. I think it will be there for the duration of the intervention, because it's just natural that if people feel that their power has been taken, that they will all the time fight to get their power back from. How many cases have been referred to council for consequence management? The MM and the cases of the MM and the CFO has been referred to Council for Consequence Management, and I have appointed a lawyer from a reputable firm who's currently investigating it and is actually having an audience with some of the people on Thursday at Nala to investigate so that the disciplinary action can be instituted if there is sufficient evidence for that. But also, the sooner I get the 106 report from my colleagues at COCTA, will also be handed over to the same attorney to see whether there are grounds for disciplinary action. The CFO post cannot be advertised, Honorable Member, because the CFO is still in the post. He has just been placed on precautionary suspension. This is why we cannot appoint a CFO. What necessitated the extension of Section 139 was basically, it was very unstable at the time. As I said, me as EXCO rep, I was assaulted in the office. I did open a case with subs, but none of the people who were present during the assault wanted to give statements to subs, and subs did indicate to me, look, it happens all the time. You are on your own. These people know that when you are gone, they will have to deal with each other, so they're not going to support you, so you are on your own on this one. So they've informed me 2 weeks ago that they are closing the docket because I don't have any witnesses, so it's my word against the service provider's word. That was the one reason. The other reason was there was a lot of political instability. There was the EPWP workers that were appointed in mass and community uprising that they were all appointed only by one particular politician. I did road to public works, and when the municipality was on hold for a whole week that we could not work because the community groupings came and they chased employees out of the municipality. It has not been resolved, but I hope they have given up on this thing and they will not pursue it any further. The other reason was also that the municipality did not have a valuation role, and the municipal, what do they call it? The Property Rates Act says that if the municipality failed to implement its valuation role on the scheduled time, the MEC must provide condonation for the extension of the valuation role, and the MEC must place that municipality under Section 139. So it was inevitable that the municipality, even if everything is resolved by the end of May, because of the valuation role, the municipality will have to remain under Section 139 until the end of July, when the valuation role is implemented. And then all the service delivery issues that leads to constant instability in the municipality. Like last 2 weeks ago, the taxi industry wanted to go on strike, and we had engagements with them, and we are now addressing the areas that they believe needs to be addressed of the streets in Khotsong and in town. There's a contract to repair certain sections of the roads in Khotsong of 14 million. It started now at the end of April, but there was only 2 million budgeted for this current financial year, and there's another 12 million budgeted for the 2026-27 financial year. So those are some of the issues that led to the extension of the Section 106. But again, I think I have explained why we rely so heavily on external service providers. It looks like the system was designed to, because I still don't understand why the manager positions was not filled for all these years. The yellow fleet, we are using one yellow fleet, a grader and a tipper truck from the Lijueli Putswa District Municipality. but that is also now being repaired. It's in a workshop, a private workshop to repair them. As far as Ferdi and Kalinkomo is concerned, we have elevated that to ESCOM now, since we're gonna package it to make it part of the DAA engagement with ESCOM. Our first meeting is scheduled for the 22nd of May to discuss how we going to go about with the DAA. How far are we with our own irregular expenditure? We have, as I said, we have written off 43 million in interest, and those are interest for late payments, SARS and every other person that has charged interest for late payments. We have not had our next report, although there has been 3 meetings of the MPEC in the last year. They have not submitted the report to council so that council can be informed about the progress that is made with dealing with the remainder of the irregular, unauthorized and wasteful expenditure. I hope I have been able to deal with most of the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Goliath. HOD, just a less than 10 minutes wrap up before we give over to Salga.
No, thank you, Chair and honorable members. No, Chair, I think both ex-correps have covered us. The one thing that I wanted to say on Matjhabeng is that because Matjhabeng does what is normally, I think, Honorable Van Vuren, you would call it, appropriate and reappropriate. They agree that they would implement the RFP, but their deeds then decides to be contrary. The only thing that is left, on the 17th of December, we gave EXCO a report about the conduct, including the issue of wanting to appoint contrary to that. So the only solution that we have, we sought a legal opinion, and we are going to do one of the 2 things that we think EXCO should do. Because the intervention there, it's court ordered. It means you can't vary it and make it 139. So what we need to go is to go to court and say to court, the municipality is in contempt. There's a likelihood the court is going to say, but paragraph 9 of the court order says, if they are not implementing it, dissolve them, you know. So we would then have to get to a situation where we get to a situation where the EXCO then decides whether they implement paragraph 9 or Matjhabeng, for lack of better word, comes to their senses. But they did do this and then implement differently, but that's where we are. The second one, I think, on Nala, the one thing that was raised, I think, was around the NMD. As a principle, ESCOM will not expand the NMD if a client is in area. So we are hoping that as part and parcel of the re-engagement we have had with Treasury. You see, the challenge was that initially when the ex-correp overrode the municipality, Treasury said, no, National Treasury, they would still want the council resolution, and that's how we went back, got this council resolution. So we are hoping that once we agree on an expedited DAA in terms of Section 78 of the Systems Act, then we'll be able to deal with the issue of expanding or getting EXCOM to agree. On the issue of the CFO, we are worried that indeed, even if he has tried to fight it legally, but we think that the terms of reference covers the EXCO rep. Before the end of this week or latest next week, we would have gotten somebody because we have agreed with Treasury on the person to be seconded there as the CFO. We are also of the view that Nala, it's, the intention really was that they would make a time-bound intervention. And that's why we still thought that by August 2026, if we can get them to comply with some of the compliance issues, and the stability at least has been addressed, there's no dualism, either at the level of the administration of 2 MMs or at the level of political leadership. We think that if we can retain this, maybe towards August or beyond August, we should be able to exit, and that's why I think we put it for ourselves. Section 106 has been completed. I've been engaging with the MEC, and one of the things we have agreed with the MEC is that by not later than, look, if the MEC was not having some engagements that are taking him out of the country, we would go there before the end of May. But to be on the safe side, we have agreed that before the 30th of June, we would have presented that section 106 because it was completed and submitted to the MEC. So that's about it, Chair, which I thought that might be things that are still outstanding. But beyond that, if there are questions, we will respond. Thank you.
So HOD or maybe a treasury, are you suggesting that in terms of financial performance, there's a bit of improvement? Remember, this municipality is one of those that has given Free State a bad name in terms of disclaimers. It was non-submission, now it's disclaimer. Now, once you say that the issue of dual power has been resolved, now the next question goes to financial performance. Do you see from your side any improvement in relation to financial management of the institution?
Thank you, Chair. I think the unfortunate at hand is that it takes time for improvements that you do at certain points for it actually to translate into financial improvement. So at this stage, there's not necessarily improvement on the financials. We have not yet analyzed, or we could not yet analyze the budget as well. But in terms of compliance, we can definitely see that there has been improvement in terms of the submission of reports, actually information coming from the municipality. So there has been improvement, but we will, I think by the end of this financial year, we should have something. Thank you.
Are you not having systems that triggers where you see problems, that alert you on time that here we are heading for a disaster, or where there was disaster, there's improvement. Because I think this is one of the issues that almost every time is been raised in relation to the bad performance of institutions in the department. The question and the fingers are pointed back to Treasury. Was the Treasury aware beforehand that this institution is not performing good in terms of financial management, such that it was supposed to give that red flag and say, please ensure that you perform better. Otherwise, on such and such a month, you are not going to be able to pay your employees. I mean, it arises every time, whenever this issue of municipalities not being able to pay their employees, and the question would be, wasn't the Treasury aware that this municipality, at such and such a time, is not going to be able to pay its employees? So I'm raising this also in relation to this to say, if there's political stability, which is one of the things that MSIP will be flaking on. Once there's stability politically, that must immediately translate into changes in other indicators of good governance.
Chairperson, in terms of the triggers that we look at to say, is there financial problems at a municipality? I think I've also touched on it in the presentation, but if you go back to the presentation on slide 15, it indicated Nala still had the triggers identified, so 4 of them So section 138 triggers was still there, section 40 triggers was still there. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't immediately translate into these getting better all of a sudden. It takes time for the discipline that is installed, for the financial measures that are put in place, controlling your expenditure, making sure that your revenue is collected. All of that, because if you collect revenue, but your debtors balance is significant, then whatever you collect for that month will not necessarily already cover all of your expenditure that you have, because you have long outstanding debt as well. So progressively, as you implement your measures, it will then translate into on these triggers actually becoming positive as well.
No, it's because I think it was last year when the Goliath already indicated that stability. What he's saying today in terms of that stability, he had started indicating. I was waiting to hear that from him, because last year when they were appearing in front of the committee, he was already indicating that. So that's why I'm saying we should immediately see the difference in terms of the corporate governance of the institution, especially in terms of financial management. But let's say we'll just look into it going into the future. We go to Salga presentation. Thank you, Kokta. And then Salga, we have heard that from what Ndatu Goliath was raising, our government is privatizing governance. That's one of the key issues that he raised. That when he got into the institution, that's why there are problems, is because governance has been privatized. Services, provision of services have been privatized, and I think it's one of the key issues that cripples almost all, if not many, of these municipalities. Privatization of public service. Over to you, Mayor. I also, unfortunately, have to give you 20 minutes. Thank you, Mekuzo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members. My name is Emily Kuzwayo. I work for Salga in the province. I'm here to make a presentation, but before Chair, the chairperson of Salga has also submitted an apology. He wanted to come, but this morning said he won't be able to come. Chair, the work of Salga, it's a bit different from provincial treasury as well as the COCTA, in that its mandate is to enable functionality of municipalities. And of course, one key deliverables as far as Salga is concerned is to provide capacity. So mainly my presentation, as far as the work that we have done, having diagnosed the challenges at Nala, focus will be at Nala as well as Matjhabeng. We would have packaged the programs in order to build capacity of municipalities. But Chair, if you allow me, I think in the presentation it's not reflecting, just to indicate that over and above what we would have picked up from Section 71 reports, as well as the 129 process, the oversight report, we had an engagement, the PEC of Salga had engagement with municipalities that are under 139, and that would be your Matjhabeng and Nala, but also they included Tokoloho in that discussion. That was held in September, and that also led to the PEC having to instruct Salga to administration to then package programs around having picked up what are the challenges. So they packaged the program around governance, financial management, issues of waste management, also municipal digital solution. And I think the municipal digital solution mainly it came as a result of what municipalities at that time would have indicated that they have a challenge around revenue collection. So the product that we then developed and innovate around it was to enhance revenue collection. There's also a program there that deals with municipal institute development that looks at the issues of HR in its entirety, but also package the program around energy. And it was as a result of our engagement with municipalities where they raised a number of issues. And I don't think, Chair, because I do have what we diagnosed at that time here, that perhaps I should just keep them, but just to say, I'm going to present on those headings that I've alluded to in response to what we have done. But I also have to indicate, Chair, that even if we would have done some intervention in municipalities, you know, that includes the 2 municipalities, the difficulty is dealing with the issues of culture and leadership in the municipality. You would come to a municipality, one would write letters for us to come and provide the support. At some point, we'd agree with municipalities that would come, but when that time comes, then you'd find that it's either, especially Matjhabeng, it's either you come and you don't find people that you have made appointment with, but secondly, you would come and then you are promised that there will be a follow-up meeting. So you'll keep on following up with the municipality and it becomes very problematic. You won't get positive response. So that in itself has got an implication on what we would have packaged as intervention programs for municipalities. So, but just, Chair, on that basis, just to indicate that we as SALGA come from a point where, like I said, would then do capacity building. And under governance, Chair, if I have to start there, we have what we call a provincial MPEC Chairpersons Forum. And in that, it sits quarterly. We have COPTA as well as Treasury as part of that forum. But the intention there is just to support all municipalities because we have diagnosed that there's a challenge around the oversight as far as MPEC is concerned. So it was just to strengthen our capacity there. So we're indicating that even if when we had a meeting recently in March, Matjhabeng and Nala were part of that. And the reason that we would have that, we see that forum as providing a benchmark and a best practice where you would pick up municipality like Sesotho that is doing well as far as MPEC is concerned. And they will then have to learn from that point of view. So, Chair, regarding the issue of Matjhabeng, we would have in April 20 this year, Matjhabeng was among municipalities that, of course, were part of the engagement with SALGA in regards to the municipal accounts committee, which I have alluded to in that regard. So we also have a program that we call Municipal Audit Support Program. And in the Municipal Audit Support Program, what we normally do there, Chair, is that we support municipalities and build capacity, having looked at the audit outcomes, and would package a relevant support regarding the support, the intervention there. That will be from what we would have picked up, for example, where the Auditor General would have said to municipality, for instance, you don't have the system around you, or you don't have the proper record management. So because we have a partnership with Facet, which then take municipality through such a program. And Matjhabeng and Nala, the program that we ran last year, were part of those municipalities that we took to a 5 days program for that us building capacity for them to be able to respond properly to the audit, and of course improving on audit outcomes, Chair. We have around MPEC, we have also identified what are the challenges specifically as we do audit support. That in municipalities, that includes the 2 municipalities, in so much as we would have built capacity, there are no support staff supporting the oversight of the MPEC. Therefore, that also becomes the hindrance, because it suggests there is no skills and expertise aligned with the municipal staff regulations. And of course, there is also an issue of availability of requisite information. The municipal administration, that comes from the MPEC itself, that in so much when they look for information from the municipal administration, they are not provided with information, which then makes their work difficult. And then, of course, Chair, there is also an issue, a challenge of uniform oversight tools and reporting tools and templates in the municipalities. You would find that there is an MPEC, but in terms of the tools of trade and the knowledge on how to then do the business of MPEC, it becomes very difficult. Hence, over and over again, we had to go back to many municipalities, and including Nala itself, to go and retrain to a point where we then had to do a hands-on kind of support. So even currently, when they have the MPEC engagement, we do go and then, of course, take them, step by step in terms of how do they deal with the reports as MPECs. So we have pledged ourselves, Chair, that, like I just said, that continuously will then support the municipalities, including the 2 municipalities there. We assist them with resolution tracking such that there is a proper tracking of what they need to do. We've also realized that in many municipalities, that includes the 2 municipalities, the disciplinary boards on alleged financial misconduct. Recently they were established, but at that time they didn't have the disciplinary board. So our work around MPEC, Chair, is so strengthened that to a point that, like I said, we would then have further engagement and more engagement with municipalities. And we use Lesotho as a benchmark municipality there. So just to indicate, Chair, on the issue of the further support from SALGA, is that we have, I just want to skip, okay, the slide there. I've spoken about governance issues. We've also had a webinar where our intention there was to deal with issues of conditional grant, and here is on financial management and support program we have for municipalities. We had a webinar where both municipalities attended, and the session dealt with managing conditional grants with focus on constitutional context elements, governing grants, that is the legal and legislative framework, grant systems principles, as well as management processes and oversight. We further provided support to Matjhabeng in December with regard to the recovery and economic growth pathway. This we dealt with the management as well as colleagues in the financial component of the municipality. With regard to finance further, Chair, there is an audit technical and political steercom sessions, which SALGA forms part of it. But I just want to indicate, like I said, it's very difficult to then access those sessions. We may even say we are not participating because they are just there. Even if we've written letter to the municipality, we never received joy from the municipality, especially Matjhabeng. We had a program that we innovated around it, Chair. And this program is under, as much as it cuts across from the financial point of view and the municipal digital solution, is around where we have what we call municipal digital solution, but the pulse check, where we're able to assist municipality to cleanse their data in terms of their indigent register. And the purpose there is to enhance revenue of a municipality. So we're able to assist municipality, and that also municipality was able to indicate, I might not have the numbers here, but they've indicated how much they were able to clean the data, but also enhance their revenue following that indigent, the pulse check that we deployed to the municipality for cleansing the indigent register. Around issues of HR, which we call institutional development support, we provided hands-on support on cascading down performance management to lower level employees, which we did in December. And that also included the line managers. But just to indicate, like I said, I'll reiterate that point, that the difficulty is that you'll come the first time, but the second time it's going to be a struggle to then access the municipality again. We are able to also provide a capacity on local labor forum. Chair would remember that at some point the municipality had a long labor issues where municipal workers were not kind of working because of issues that emanate from the municipalities. But some of the issues that the labor component of labor LLF would raise would be issues that are negotiated at Central Bargaining Council. Now, if the management part does not understand how the three levels in terms of the central and divisional and the LLF, then what normally happens is that the labor component will take the advantage of management not knowing the parameters of all the three structures. And then they will raise issues that are negotiated, for instance, salary negotiations. They will then raise that with management. And of course, they play with management because they don't understand the parameters. So we really took them through a training, both the labor component as well as the management component, to be able to can deal with the issues separately. And ever since then, Chair, we have not heard anything to that effect, as much as there would be areas where we are being told that there might be a strike, but we have never seen it in full-fledged happening post that intervention. Where it's necessary, we've also provided to the municipalities, we've provided a task evaluation, job evaluation. We call it a task in June. That was last year. And the reason for that is just when the municipality dealt with the issue of structures, organogram, then they would know, post the organogram, how to then put the relevant task in different and relevant position, and of course rate them correctly, so that at least all job task levels are put in the same level and they are compensated correctly. So in our view, if we have done that and the municipality is implementing that correctly, that will then prevent the labor instability in the municipality. The NALA part, Chair, we've provided also a hands-on support on the development of HR strategy. We also dealt with HR policies and organizational structure, which we reviewed. That was in between June and from June until September. So we provided a hands-on support there. And then we're also able to train the labor forum on the capacitate both the management part as well as the local labor forum part, the employee part. We have also, Chair, with NALA, also provided a training on job task evaluation. And of course, that is on the basis of the kind of work that different employees would have to do in municipality so that at least they are properly remunerated and there is labor stability in the municipalities. Regarding issues of water and waste, Chair, here our focus was mainly on compliance on the issues of water. So we provided training for Matjhabeng and Nala on reviewing the municipal priority action plan and also on the what we call the MUSA, but that one is basically on improving the blue, green, and no drop status of municipalities. And that was part of the intervention we have done, having engaged with the Commission for Human Rights, where they raised a number of issues in terms of the quality of water and wastewater in municipalities. So in response to that, that is what we provided, because the compliance for us remains key because it has got that implication to communities as far as the quality of water is concerned. And further than that, Chair, one of the training that we have provided is on energy, where we facilitated INEP grant funding workshop. That was last year as well, and that was on sustainable energy and electricity distribution. And that also included the cost of supply, which we then assisted municipalities for them to then be able to generate the cost of supply, because that is a requirement as well. We facilitated advisory service on just energy transition initiatives and energy performance certificates compliance for municipal buildings, Chair. This is the program that has been run by SANEDI, and of course, we then encourage our municipalities to take that advantage and attend some of the
5 minutes to wrap up.
some of the workshop that would have kind of facilitated with the key stakeholders that we engage with. I've spoken about the issue of municipal digital solution in terms of pulse check. I won't go into it as the report is concerned. Chair, then the other part, and also it tallies with the revenue enhancement regarding the the service payment by communities, but as well as by, that will be household and business, and also sector departments. So from the marketing point of view, Chair, we have working together with NALA and Matjhabeng, have raised awareness on revenue awareness campaign. And we then developed some media communications, and also went with the municipalities as far as their community engagement around paying municipal revenue, and also making sure that we improve and enhance the municipal revenue collection. We've also trained the stakeholders that include municipalities, and we did that with MTN as well as GCIS. And of course, in that training, the intention was really for municipalities to know how to communicate with communities, engage communities, and be able to also respond quickly on issues that communities would have raised, Chair. So having said that, Chair, and having classified my presentation, that is where it will take me. But then we're recommending that the committee should really note the challenges that we are experiencing in Matjhabeng. With NALA, it's not that difficult, because whenever we provide support and we go to them, they're available. But Matjhabeng is a bit difficult to then access. Even the support we would have rendered somehow becomes lull, because it does not translate into any visible action in that regard, Chair. So the last part, Chair, and maybe this is what UPEC would have discussed, and maybe taking it to the National Executive Committee of SALGA. The SALGA in its nature, and I think even at COCTA, PC COCTA, it was raised, that SALGA, in a way that it was established, which is, of course, the Act is a 1998 Act. And when you look at the Act and you compare to 1998 until now, for some reason it needs to be reviewed. And perhaps SALGA be given a bit of a better mandate. Remember, Chair, what now is happening is that for SALGA to exist in terms of funding, it gets funded through the municipal levies. And that in itself has got a limitation to the extent to which SALGA, if it has the mandate to buy it, to then buy it. And I'm just putting it that way because I know there's no mandate to buy it from the SALGA. Hence, we do capacity building. But for us is that perhaps to relook at the Organized Local Government Act, and of course, perhaps that act should be reviewed for that purposes. And number of legislation, for instance, if you look at MFMA itself, it will then be saying municipality should submit their Section 71 report. We are an institution that sits with building capacity of even councillors. We are preparing for councillors for them to do an oversight and to run, provide good governance. But when there's a value chain of reports that goes from one entity to the other, we are not in the value chain, meaning that there's no legislation that provides that leeway unless you have a good relationship with the municipal manager, that if you send the report, please do copy us, do give us the report. And because they are not obligated to do so, sometimes it becomes very difficult. So I'm just saying from the legislature point of view, these are the issues that we are submitting, perhaps when you discuss and you look at it, and the best way we can strengthen the work of SALGA. I think I'll pause there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, I think you raised the important issue that I had a question on, Kuzwa. Because if you look at the better of programs, training programs that we have, if they also extend to intervention programs, maybe they will be able to have, more teeth. Because I wanted to ask, looking into the rigorous program that we have in terms of the MPEX, but you have this problem of Free State municipalities, the negative perception that Free State municipalities have nationally. It's like we don't have all these issues. I think the challenge sits with the issues that you are raising, capacity constraints of the institution. HOD, I wanted to check with you in terms of COGTA generally. Is Matjhabeng, in your own view as a department, cooperating with the department?
Okay, Chair, I think earlier on I said that Matjhabeng has this characteristic of accepting and rejecting at the same time. Now, administratively from where I'm seated, I'm able to engage with the Matjhabeng administration, notwithstanding the limitations that are there. I was tasked with coordinating the issue of their debt to Val Central. Suffice to say that there's a time I locked everybody in my boardroom on a Friday and said, we are not getting out of here until we have signed off on the payment plan. But the build up to that would be that we would convene a meeting and Matjhabeng would not turn up. They would come into a meeting, junior officials who are without authority. So they have a tendency to undermine law and order. But in the penultimate end, we got to a situation where with a little bit of prodding, patience, and stick and carrot, we got them to sign the service level agreement, which is something that had been outstanding since 2013. I mean, it had taken more than 12 years for Matjhabeng not to sign a service level agreement with Val Central, but we can say it was done. So we do have a relationship where they would, I mean, for all intents and purposes, commit to say this is what we will do, but they will do it in half measures. So one thing that at some point is because of the management within Matjhabeng who have acted with impunity for a very long time. And unfortunately, legally as Cooperative, when they fail to do something, I do not have authority to say this is what I can force them to do. There was a situation in Allen Ridge. Maybe we could better handle that because the current acting it's a person who would understand when you call him and say, let's do it this way. And he would do it. But I would talk with the CFO. You know, there was a time when communities went without food during this Allen Ridge story. As Cooperative, because we have a partnership with the human rights, with the Red Cross. Red Cross provided meals for the first 2 days. But on the evening of Sunday, Red Cross was saying we are unable to do that. I then said to the you can't tell me that when there are 140 communities who need supper, who have been displaced because we were worried about the water coming from the 2 farms there, you can't tell me that the municipality can't provide the meals when we have done so. I called the CFO to date. He has not even had the courtesy to come back to me to say, why were you looking for me? So it's a question of people who have gotten used to disrespecting law and order, disrespecting authority. But at an institutional level, I wouldn't just see. That's why I thought our advice to EXCO now on the FRP is just to go to court. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to get that because from all other institutions, they expressed this attitude of the institution not being cooperative. Ndate Meko.
No, Chair, I wanted to say you read my mind earlier on when I didn't want to engage directly the presentations from Tate Mahal as well as Tate Kolayak, but just to reinforce that question, which I think must also include Nala, as well as the view of SALCA. And there's a background to this question, Chair, which I think is equally important to the one you raised. Is there progress? These interventions that have been instituted in Nala, I would assume that probably Matjhabeng there's no progress given the remarks that they Makalo Mahal, but from the point of view of SALCA as well as Cooperative. And Chair, the context there is that I don't know if it's only in our province, but these interventions were undertaken HOD throughout. And after many years, there was no progress, especially 139. And I think the committee must take exception, Chair. It's not for the first time, even with the other committee of the legislature undertaking oversight. We have been expressing these concerns that it looks like Mangaung is a case in point, paraded in the public discourse, that they have been as well under this intervention for so long, but it does not look like we are achieving anything. And I'm fully aware also, that there are now new, thinkings which are a product of this development. Probably one of the problems is that these interventions do not come with capital resources. Is that the only case? Or generally there's an issue of people who are sent. COCTA does not succeed to achieve any impact through these interventions. And I'm not naive. I know that there might as well be objective factors which are making us not to achieve structural objective factors as opposed to subjective ones, because there are also concerns about the people that COCTA is sending to these municipalities. What obtains? But I think, in the context of this meeting, HOD, do we have hope that Nala is a progress in Matjhabeng? And I think it will help us a great deal, Chair, that equally, Lerona, as an oversight, we must not tick boxes. If we have to undertake extraordinary oversight mechanisms, we're going to have to do so. If Ndate Shuga, Ndate Makalo, Ndate Kalipa must appear in front of the committee, let's do so. So that we don't go all over the show, helter and skelter, that we met this one this week, he said this thing, and then that other week we'll meet this one. Let's get under one roof, one meeting, one tournament, and then we talk about these things, and indeed oversight also becomes, a recourse. It helps us to achieve impact in attending to what you, the chair, say, the perception that Free State is a badly run province, and this perception largely arises from our municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Taking cognizance of the situation that you described that SALGA has with national and what your mandate is, and looking at your slogan where you say you inspire service delivery, I have a couple of questions, because these are things that SALGA can handle. Retaining to Matjhabeng as well as Nala's fruitless and wasteless expenditure, which are 2.5 billion, 239 million, expenditure of 2 billion in Nala's case. What specific interventions has SALGA implemented to address the high levels of unauthorized irregular, fruitless and wasteless expenditure? And how is SALGA monitoring the effectiveness of their interventions? What measures of improvement can be observed? With revenue collection, what strategies has SALGA recommended or supported to improve the revenue collection? So I want to actually know what have they implemented, not that they've had or written a letter. I want to know what strategies have they recommended or supported to improve the collection rates in municipalities. And in service delivery, what support has SALGA provided to address the service delivery backlogs of infrastructure challenges, particularly in areas with high levels of informal settlements, and or provided legal assistance for land invasions? And what does SALGA ensure that its interventions lead to sustainable improvements in service delivery? So do you actually have a sort of mechanism somewhere that gives you the data to say what you're doing is actually working? Then NALA submitted its annual reportment statement outside the legislative time frame. Matjhabeng didn't even bother. What steps is SALGA taking to ensure that all municipalities submit their financial statements and report within the legislative timeframes? How does SALGA support municipalities that repeatedly fail to comply with the statutory deadlines? Almost done, Mr. Chair. Oversight structures often do not receive the timely or complete information from the municipality administrations, as you rightfully said, ma'am. My question is, how does SALGA track and report the outcomes of these tools and recommended tools? Can SALGA provide examples of municipalities where these tools have actually demonstrated improvement in the oversight? And then what ongoing measures is SALGA taking to ensure the accuracy or integrity of the indigent registers and other critical data sets? Because this is vital to the setting up of budgets of every single municipality. If that information is not correct, you cannot, if you don't know what you're spending, you don't know how much you need to get in. And then lastly, what are the key focus areas of SALGA's capacity building initiatives for councillors and officials in the coming year? And how does SALGA measure the impact of this training and support programs on the municipal performance? That's it. Thank you, Chair.
I know it's a whole long list of questions. I would request the honourable member to submit those list of questions to yourself, Mkuzoya, and so that you can then be able to reply to them. The team will coordinate that, so that you don't miss some of them, because they also, I believe, assist in the issues you are raising about capacity constraints of the institution. These questions that have been raised talks to that, so that also, as we also make recommendation, your response help us to have a better recommendation in relation to this matter. I don't know whether there's anything specific that you had wanted to respond to before I give over to.
Yes, Chair. No, thank you very much. I think the questions from Honorable McKay, they are too much, so they would need me to then submit it in a written form. I do appreciate for that intervention. The question that I would want to respond to is the one from Honorable Meko regarding whether 139 really yield any results. So I just want to share, Chair, that SALGA has got a different view around 139, and of course it is based on the fact that there is no data that supports that 139 really works, and for that it really supports the 154 interventions. And of course the 154 would understand that when municipalities are put under 139, it would have been that they transgressed on a number of issues. But what we have seen is that when 139 is instituted, the limitation of 139 is that COCTA, for instance, whether it's a national intervention, they would send, in the province, they would send 1 or 2 people. But the myriad of challenges in that particular municipality would not warrant the intervention of 1 person. It would have been culminated from different directorate where you would need some kind of an intervention. So for us, we are of the view that when intervention is done, it should be a multifaceted or multi-stakeholders kind of intervention, hence the 154, because in its nature, it talks to the fact that you would have number of sector departments and of course even other partners that would come to a municipality to provide that support. We not that much say at a point where municipalities is completely dysfunctional, that there should not be an intervention, but the package from the COCTA should actually be the one that brings a comprehensive support to municipalities. So there is basically no evidence that shows that 139 is effective. If ever it was once effective, perhaps if you have to compare, it's at a ratio of 1:10. But really for us, it is what we always battle with, to say 154 should be the kind of support to municipalities. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thanks, Mkuzo, because we also did raise that as a committee sometime, I think last year, because our issue was to say, as Free State, for instance, we have not made the research on why previous interventions have failed. So that as we move forward with interventions, we are informed by the previous failures, and we ensure that those failures don't recur, so that we don't just come up with to say Nala is not, it's having problems, let's intervene. And we still use the same old methods which have failed. So it should be that as we say that, we say Nala is having problem and we intervene. We do that informed by the previous failures. If you take Masilonyan, I think it's more than 15 years of intervention with the same results, if not getting worse. So the question will then be, why has interventions in Masilonyan failed for such a long time? Also Nala, it's not the first time that there's been intervention. There's been interventions in Nala previously. Now, to an extent that some of the people who were sent there to intervene also then became MMs at some point. So, but there's not been a report produced by Cooperative to say, you know, our interventions have failed because of this or that or that. I think it's one of the issues that we really have to flag and improve on, to say we need to have to institute research that must indicate to us why has these interventions of 139 in the province not having borne fruits. Thank you very much. I think what we need now, because I was just told that lunch is not yet ready. Let's then have. I can see that the mayor and the MM of Nala are already here, but according to our schedule, we're going to start with Matjhabeng. Maybe it's because these institutions are indicating that you are very much cooperative. So I hope it also says patience also goes with that. Let's start with Matjhabeng and just get to hear what Matjhabeng has to say in relation to the issues that have been raised. And then we can then have lunch after that. I hope Majoro did not eat. But Majoro, in the newspapers, I see a different Majoro in Gauteng arrested, and it's not you. I don't know why, but maybe we'll discuss afterwards, because. I hope as you pack your bags, you did not get permission from anyone to leave. It was just for a point of noting that when you pack your bags and leave, no one gave you permission. Majoro, CFO and the team, welcome to this meeting. We have Salga, we have Treasury, we have Cooperative with us. And from there you then have the members of the provincial legislature and the administrative team or technical team from the legislature. Without wasting time, Majoro, over to you just to introduce your team.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I'm with Dr. Vuyo Adonis, who's the acting municipal manager. I'm with Mr. Panyani, who's the CFO. Me Mehlo Makulu, me DK, Olin, was that the last one? And Rampai. And Date Makalo is also part of us and the team. I'm not sure where he's, I'm sure he's outside in Date Makalo. And Date Rabban is also part of us. So, thanks, Chair.
Major Kutlo, you indicated quote names like DK, I don't know where, but you also did not indicate the responsibilities, yes.
All right, yes. Mayor Olin, she's a senior manager in the office of the municipal manager. Mayor Rampai, she's a senior manager, chief auditor. And then Mayor Mehlomakulu, she's an acting manager, senior manager on the accounting service.
Thank you, Majoro. I don't know who's going to take the oath from your team, but I think Dr. Adonis can indicate.
Yes, yes, Dr. Vuyo Adonis will take oath with the honorable member. You can take him to prison.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Dr. Adonis. May you please stand for me? Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mayor.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience? Please speak into the mic.
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Vuyo Adonis.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Will it just be you from your team? Please indicate to the rest of the team that will be taking oaths or affirmation. Thank you.
Come again, Mayor.
Just the officials that will be assisting taking questions
Okay.
from the members. May you please assist me, or must I swear all of them in?
Go bana bazofunga.
Yeah. Assist us, ma'am, to allow them to take the oath, so that as I go to jail, according to
No,
the mayor,
tell us who, so that they can talk to them
CFO,
straight. Okay.
The CFO and I.
Oh, okay.
Yes, only the CFO and I.
Thank you. CFO, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Christian Thabo Panyani.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ndate Panyani,
Thank you,
Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You know, the critical issue about an oath and affirmation is that with an oath, you don't just swear to the committee that we're going to tell the truth. You also swear to God. So with the people of affirmation, they know they only talk to us. Majoro, your presentation, I think it shouldn't take more than 30 minutes if it's long. But secondly, in your presentation, you'd need to respond to a critical matter that has been raised by these institutions here. These institutions are saying that your institution is not cooperative. All of them are anonymous in saying that your institution is not cooperative. Over to you, Majoro. Thanks. So it means your presentation cannot exceed 30 minutes, which is something like 10-2 by 10-2 you would have presented. This is just to ensure that at least we manage time and then there's time for engagement. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will request that the team do that presentation, and then we will deal with questions, Honorable Chair. CFO can take us through the presentation, working together with the acting municipal manager and the team.
Yes, because the CFO has been fingered as one of those who's very much uncooperative from the presentations here. I can't so that in your presentation, CFO, you can tell why are you not cooperative. Thank you. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the meeting at large, greetings this afternoon. We have prepared a presentation as per the request, which will be a presentation which will be focusing on matters that are relating to the municipalities.
My apologies, CFO. We have challenges of the equipment for presenting, but at least each member has, because you have already sent the presentation, yes, they don't worry, they have it with them. So just present.
Thank you, Chair. To save time, first part is just the table of contents, about 8 points that we'll be talking to. And as you are aware, Chair, that we are on a mandatory financial recovery plan, which is focusing on 4 pillars, which is governance, institutional arrangement, financial management, service delivery. I will try to speak to the presentation, Chair, not to go in finer details, especially to save the 30 minutes that you have just borrowed us to present today. So in terms of the plan is, as we said, is structured in those 4 pillars, and we started with the implementation of the phases of the plan. We are currently on a rescue phase, which started now in November 2025 up until July. We will be at the first phase, that is of the plan. These are the activities critically, Chair, since we started in November in the rescue phase. There were activities for each and every pillar. In November, we had about 30 activities as an institution as a whole, all pillars combined. We had 30 activities, of which of the 30 activities we managed to achieve in November 27, and also we managed to have others that were in progress at the time, about 3 activities, which took us to about 90% rate of achievement. In December, we had 31 pillars, which we managed to perform 29, achieve, and then 2 were still not yet achieved. During the month of January, we had 22, and 19 was achieved. 3 was not yet, was in progress, not yet fully achieved. In February, there were 15, of which 14 of them were achieved. There was 1 that was still in progress at the time of reporting. And during the month of March, there were 16, that is activities, of which 11 were achieved, 4 were still in progress during the month of March. So all in all, Within that period from November to March, Chairperson, there are about 114 activities, of which 100 was achieved and 13 was still ongoing, and then one has not yet started at the stage of reporting. The focus of the recovery, we have to recover in terms of our financial viability as a municipality. So the core functions or strategies in order for us to recover, we are firstly dealing with the issue of cost containment, which is where we are dealing with the issue of reduction of expenditure, where we focus mainly on reducing all the core expenditures within the municipality, so that as we try to raise the revenue, at least there is a expenditure that we are taking drastically towards lower level. And also critically, Chairperson, is the issue of the elimination of leakages. We have huge infrastructure challenges within the municipality. We have huge water losses currently, between the range of 50 to 60% of water losses. Now it's part of the issues that we are dealing with, the leakages, even on the side of electricity. And another part of this viability, we are focusing on the issue of maximizing personnel resourcing. There's been an issue of staff verification, where there always been a suspicion of ghost workers within the municipality. So there's a program that has started where we are dealing with the issue of staff verification to try to identify our staff based on the payroll. That process has been ongoing, led by corporate services. And the productivity reassignment, in terms of looking at resource mobilization and critical vacancies assessment. So basically, Chair, one of the areas that has been in the assessment and also now in the plan of the financial recovery plan was to see to it that we don't keep on filling positions. We fill only critical positions. For an example, Section 56 directors, positions that are vacant, and the position within finance, in particular, the ones that are dealing with the issue of meter reading, so that we can improve our revenue. All other positions, they've been freezed. So that process is taking place. We haven't appointed to date any of the positions that are freezed. We've just been focusing on these ones, like of the Section 56, that is the management, as well as those of the meter readers. In order to expand now in terms of revenue, as we cut the expenditure, we need to also increase the revenue. One of the areas that have been identified by the financial recovery plan team is that the municipalities' tariffs were not cost reflective. Certain areas of tariffs were much more lower than the cost that is being incurred, that is to run those, those activities. For an example, in the issue of electricity, we have done also a cost-reflective assessment in terms of the tariffs now, which we table to council now when we're tabling the draft budget, to see to it that the industrial areas, the businesses are being charged the correct tariffs as far as the electricity is concerned. That also, we are doing the evaluating of the market relatedness of municipal rental stock. We have a lot of, that is rental stock in the municipality, that the assessment was done, and it was realized that they are being undercharged. They are not charged market related for rental, that there's a process that is taking place within this budget to increase those tariffs of rental. And the core activity, which is the revenue enhancement, Chairperson, we started a process there of smart metering, where we are replacing the old, that is meters, focusing as a starting point on the large power users. We have a program that is taking place of the meter replacement, focusing for now on electricity, but in future we want to move for both water and electricity. And also we have started a process of leveraging in terms of the electricity collection, because we realize that some of the our communities and the businesses within the area, they will pay prepaid electricity, but they will not pay for other services. So we started a process of leveraging, taking a particular percentage, leverage to other services that are not being paid. We've seen results of an increase in our revenue when we started this process with about 2 million or so per month, average. We continue with the Operation Patala activities, Chairperson, because we are in a dire financial constraint. As a municipality, we meet, we spend an hour on a daily basis having Operation Patala, where the sessions are led by the municipal manager, and we are all there as directors from different departments to see to it at areas that we can push and improve as far as revenue is concerned. So this process is taking place where we also try to implement our credit control policy in full, where we go as a municipality, disconnection teams, we go and then we disconnect areas where payments are not being made to see to it that we increase, that is our revenue. This is part of the assessment and it's part of the implementation that we are doing as an institution. I must also state, Chair, when we look at an analysis of our situation of financial viability, we realize that as we do all these programs, we need to also look at the future sustainability of the municipality. And one of the reasons that we are not sustainable currently, over and above all these other infrastructural challenges that we have explained, is that you will realize that our area is a mining area. Our economy here is based solely on mines and a bit of a farming. And in the past, this municipality was formed as a result of the mining houses that were operating in town, which is no longer the case now. In the olden days, there used to be that lots of mines, over 20 mines in the area, but now the mines have reduced drastically, which has reduced the issue of unemployment, which made it a challenge. So we started an investment that is a drive as a municipality to see that which other areas of economy can we tap in to create a long-term sustainability as far as the economy is concerned. We are doing this through attracting investors within the area, through investment summits, investment drives, economic indabas. We have attracted a lot of investment over the years, especially on the side of energy, which has created job creation in the area, in as much as majority is temporary jobs, but at least it makes a difference that is to the economy of the town. And we are now driving the issue of the special economic zone, basing it on the energy and the helium that has been discovered within the area to see to it, how can we attract other industries for the final processing of items that are related to the helium and other, that is energy opportunities that are within the municipality. Hence, the municipality is driving to be an energy hub. So these are the sustainable approaches that we are looking at whilst we look with the current challenge that we experience as a municipality. So, Chair, I've just mentioned on the cost containment, there's a graph there that tells how is it going, and also the measures that we have taken as a municipality to reduce on some of the cost. For an example, on the use of consultants, we have reduced drastically the use of consultants. You will see what was the budget, and you'll see the reduction on a quarterly basis. Those are the total for a period of 3 months or so, where we reduce to those levels. The travel and subsistence, we reduced as well there drastically. We put at a moratorium in terms of travel. Only extreme circumstances where staff members have to go and attend something that is going to be costly to the municipality. We're no longer using credit cards. We have cut drastically as well on catering. We don't do catering, only on extreme situations where the municipality will have a catering, but we have cut on things like those. On communication, on any other related expenditure items like overtime and so forth, we have also started strategies to cut drastically as far as that is concerned. As far as the revenue enhancement process and its benefits, Chair, I must state that for the past 3 months, the month of January, February, March, you will see our collection rates there. In January, it was 76%. We managed to collect 76%. We've got a target that we have to reach of council of 75%, which is also endorsed by the financial recovery plan. So in January, we did 76% collection. In February, 67%. In March, 54%, which is a concern as far as that graph is concerned. It's not consistent. We want to take it at 76 and take it higher. So hence the initiatives that we are doing and measuring our performance on a daily basis. That's a baseline. Historically, it was 50%. The losses, we are still experiencing high losses on water, 56%, and electricity, 26%. I must also state one of the reasons of our water losses is as a result of the old infrastructure that we are currently experiencing, which is almost 70 years old. We still have a lot of asbestos pipes which are breaking, and then we try to fix them temporarily with the PVC. But I must state, Chair, that we took an initiative as a municipality about 6 years ago to make an application to get a sustainable funding that will replace our infrastructure. And we did an application with Infrastructure South Africa together with DBSA. And I must state that we had a meeting last week with DBSA where they were informing us, Chair, that we are being granted to implement that project. It's about 2.4 billion. The project is aiming at replacing the entire water infrastructure at a cost of about 2.4 billion, of which 1.5 billion is in a form of a grant from Infrastructure South Africa, and then about 800 million will be a front loading of our grants, like your municipal infrastructure grant, as well as your water services infrastructure grant, INEP. They will give us front loading in order for us to implement that project in totality. So at least in as much as we still experience that, this project that we'll be doing will start in July 2026 this year, the project of about 2.4 billion, which is aiming at dealing with the challenge of water. So in years to come, Chair, maybe within 2 years or so, we'll start seeing that 56% reducing drastically, and we'll have a lot of saving, because if you take that 56% in monetary terms, it's about 500 million water losses that we are currently experiencing. So there will be a difference, and that will now increase our revenue indirectly. So there is at least a success story as far as that process is concerned for the future, but currently the challenge still stands. We're still experiencing issues of estimate billings. That is why we are replacing the meters, because we've got old meters that others are not readable. Hence, we are doing this replacement of meters in order to deal with the issue of estimates, which is currently a big problem with us. Hence, we implement on the column number 3 there, the smart metering solution, to have a real-time consumption as well as revenue collection is concerned, and also to reduce illegal connection with an objective of ultimately enhancing revenue. So this internal smart metering project, these are the stages that are taking place as far as the project is concerned. Also, over and above the project of smart metering, we also did an application, Chairperson, 2 years ago with the National Treasury on the grant, to request for a grant to install these meters to replace all our meter infrastructure. And we made an application on year 1, we were unsuccessful, and then we applied again on the following year, and then we were successful. I must state that this year, it is gazetted, Chairperson, that National Treasury will give us a grant of about 100 million, which is also aiming solely at the replacement of meters. So this now will extremely change our situation. Because firstly, the municipality committed, committed a budget of 30 million in the last financial year to start the process of replacement. Now Treasury is also putting 100 million for the complete now meters, meaning we're not going to only be focusing on the large power users, we'll do the whole meter infrastructure, even household, so that we can deal with the issues of that is illegal, that is stealing of electricity as well as water. So that is a project that we are dealing with National Treasury. It's an RT29, that is a project. Chair, having moved now to the revenue and coming into the audit outcome, the municipality is currently having a qualified of audit opinion, a qualification, and one of the major findings as far as that qualification is concerned is the issue of estimates. Auditor General could not rely to our billing as a result of estimates. That is why you see the drive that we are taking as far as dealing with the issue of the replacement of meters as a top priority, because we want to deal with that issue, because for as long as our billing, our metering is not 100% accurate due to old infrastructure and old meters, that finding will still remain. Hence, the focus on the issue of the meters. And so we have stated here, Chairperson, for the meeting, we didn't want to give a report that is rosy. We have stated situation, our situation as it is, positively and negatively. If you look at this report, those are the findings in terms of our management report that we set with after the audit was finalized now, end of February, beginning of March. We're seated with about, that is the audit findings in the management letter of about 112. And there's the concerns that were raised by Auditor General to us as management, the issue of the control, the weakness in terms of the control, which result to repeated findings, and the slow implementation of the corrective, that is action measures. So these are the concerns that were raised to management by Auditor General. And we have an audit action plan that we have just recently finalized to be focusing on all these Auditor General findings. And I must also state, Chairperson, that we are not waiting for the next audit to start. Already, the Executive Mayor has officially opened our first audit steering committee, which a steering committee will sit on a fortnightly basis, looking at the audit action and holding ourselves as officials accountable for activities that are not achieved, where the municipal manager and the executive mayor will be demanding reasons for non-performance to us as a team. So that process has already started, Chair, and I must also state that this process is also aligned to the financial recovery plan. And accountability is taking place as far as the recovery plan is concerned. We meet twice a week looking at the issues of financial recovery plan. Every Mondays, the executive sits and look at the financial recovery plan. Every Wednesdays, the mayoral committee meets and look at the process and of this recovery plan as to how far. And on a monthly basis, council sits and monitor the recovery plan. And also, our ExCo rep also sits with us on a weekly basis. The last meeting that we had a meeting on Friday last week, and we also had a meeting, I think, on Monday as well. Friday meeting was a virtual meeting. The Monday meeting, the ExCo rep was conducting the meeting with all of us as management on Monday here in our premises. So there is that improvement, Chairperson, when it comes to the implementation of the recovery plan, where we sit there with the accounting officer and the ExCo rep, and we take accountability of implementation of this plan. Chair, I think that is that. On the other slide, Chair, I will also put a slide on performance of the performance of the municipality as far as the grant funding is concerned. I will just summarize there. I don't want to go through project by project, but I must state now to date, with the MIG, our percentage of performance is about 61%, and with the water, the WISIG water service infrastructure grant, we are at about 54%. With the INEP, which is electricity grant, we are at about 68% on performance there. And with the disaster relief grant, we are at about 20%. So the detail that you see on the slides, they are giving each and every project, the figures, the amounts, and which project are we allocated in. So because I wanted to save time, Chair, I didn't want to necessarily take those projects line by line item, but I just give a global, that is percentage as far as the grants are concerned. I think in a nutshell, Chair, that is a brief presentation that we have prepared. The rest we'll take as we deal with the questions. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Majoro, or you'd wait for the questions?
No, thanks, Chairperson. We will wait for questions because we don't want to do a repetition.
Honorable members, that is the presentation from Matjhabeng. Maybe one of the questions would be what is the relationship between Matjhabeng and the PER? Because from the presentation that we got, the analysis of the research team of the legislature and what we got from presentation we got from institutions here is that the relationship is not good. You only call the PER to your meeting to go and listen to you. And the second issue is your report on recovery and that one of the PER. Have you harmonized the two reports? And when are you going to table one report in the council sitting, which will constitute a consolidated report of the municipality on the financial recovery plan? Honorable members, let me start. Let me start with Ntate Fandemiko and come this way.
Chair, thanks. Why are members being amused, Chair, by Fandemiko? Yeah. No, Chair, thanks for that, attribution to me, because I have ambitions to be a farmer. Chair, you covered me on the first question or remarks, because for me, that is fundamental. Majoro, as we want to move forward with how this thing eloquently was put to us, mandatory by the court of law. And certainly if there are discrepancies between the report and yours, it's not even about any other thing. So somebody must go to court and answer, because it is a transgression of a court. So we're saying this, Chair, so that the municipality must also be worried about this in of the relationship. Let me demonstrate one of the issues. Major, the report says to us, you are defying the moratorium on employing people. Chair, the report of the municipality says, no. We didn't. Instead, we have been employing these people, section whatever, and it's not in defiance. Major, one of the clear indications that there's no relationship. And I think our worry is why. Why, when the same governance in the same province, we cannot be one in the implementation of a court order? In whose interest? Unless if, of course, the committee might have to conclude that we are dealing with ego issues that have got nothing to do with governance. And equally, we must be worried as a committee of oversight. And there are many other these important things which are detailed. You say, no, there's progress. The report says no. With regard to, this Water Institute and ESCOM, there's no progress. It's cause for worry. And I think Chair, I must applaud you, because I thought there will be a weakness in the process, or why didn't they come, all of them, in one meeting? Otherwise, would have been managed through these reports. They are closely, they are beautiful. But Majoro, what remains is that it gives a bad impression around issues of leadership, which I think it's a problem. Cooperative expresses these concerns, and I think we become worried. The chair of the committee raises the issue about, you know what they call, what is the English? Malicious compliance. Now our meeting are sitting on Wednesdays, there's a rep that side. There's no spirit of us to deal with issues which are obtaining, which are on the table. And I think we need to be told what are the real issues. Major, what told the CFO is the most difficult about the task which lies in his office in relation to how he must relate to provincial government. I don't think our interest is who's correct, who's not correct. But why are we unable to work together by something which must benefit more than anything our people? Because if Matjhabeng succeed to achieve this recovery, the ultimate impact is our people in terms of service delivery. The last issue, Chair. We are inundated with, you go all over. The concerns around service delivery in Matjhabeng are raised throughout. I raised this issue with the mayor at some point. There are these people who are consistent, and easily I would believe, an attitude that says, no, but these people have got their own issues and they're utilizing whatever that they're doing. But these people are able to paint, they're able to circulate, Chair, pictures that are indeed corroborating with their problems in Matjhabeng. And I know throughout the CFO was acting as the MM. Basic things of the maintenance. Doc, you are in charge now. Is it because of that relationship which has collapsed between Matjhabeng and this water entity? What are the issues? These people of Hartfall are able to put the Matlakalakia sewerage 5 kilometers. They put those details. And there's a relationship between the ability to recover financially and the extent to which municipality is able to attend to those service delivery challenges. What are the issues? I hear your report talks about these progress and warawara. And I can tell you that there are times when, Chair, the political leadership is on the receiving end because administrators are not doing their work. We need to be told what are the issues here. The court has ruled. People sympathize with some of these things, that there has been deep challenges. Now we have an opportunity. We raised issues before you came in and say, Dade Sugar, we've had section 139, is it C, where the powers of councils have been taken away equally. We don't have research, and the chair helps me there. There's no research in the Free State that the institution or invoking this section will help municipalities. But clearly, lack of cooperation with provincial government will demand that this thing has been considered. The very thing that we know that may not help. What becomes that caliber? The issues around non-service delivery challenges, especially as it relates to water, vis-a-vis the non-cooperation of the municipality at the administrative level, so that we achieve this thing of financial recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. The CFO has colored this in beautifully, as if there's actually a plan. There's two plans, but I've been in this legislature quite some time, and this municipality has been a culprit since the start. What is wonderful for me is this, the attitude that the mayor sits there with. He's been there for so many years. We can see the fruits, or the municipality reaps the fruit that he sowed. So it's actually strange for me to sit here and watch this, because they want to portray hope, but we've just heard that there's actually no hope here. But it starts with the political head. That's the point that I want to make. That's where it starts. Because if you haven't got political guidance and don't enforce it and make sure that we've got capable, complying officials, then we'll never get there. We can have these beautiful reports that the CFO talked about, but nothing will come of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think this is the very definition of sugarcoating something. Your debt is currently 18.8 billion rand. That's incredible. Now, you've sketched a picture of, as my colleague has said, hope, but there's two simple things that must happen if you want to turn this around. Now, you have to, first of all, increase your income, and you need to cut your expenditure. It's a simple thing. Now, in terms of that, in terms of expenditure, you haven't addressed your high salary bill, you haven't done a skills audit, you haven't done an audit to check whether you've got ghost workers or not. Those are easy ways to cut expenditure. Furthermore, you haven't sorted out your water leakages, you haven't sorted out your electricity losses. That's, if I can quote here, it's 418 million rand and 204 million rand that you are losing because you're not addressing that. You're not spending on infrastructure. Your infrastructure budget is a mere 1.2%, not near the 8% benchmark. Those are things that you can implement to cut expenditure. You haven't addressed your income. Now, what we should actually ask you is to provide us with an actual balance sheet to see what your income is and what your expenditure is per line item, and to then ask you to show us what is your actual collection rate. Because I can guarantee you that you are working on an unfunded budget. You are sketching this picture, you're working on an unfunded budget, and you cannot address these issues. So those are the key points that you are not addressing. So what we want to hear from you is, and we've had different recommendations, is give us a reason why we should not recommend that this municipality be dissolved. Because it is at that point now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, while I was sitting listening to this presentation, I've been jotting down possible resolutions. Once you get to a A4 of possible resolutions of things that need to be fixed, it's frightening. So I want to know from this municipality, first of all, when you go into your financial budget and you sit there and you worked out your budget, how do you know what you're going to spend? Because you've got no idea how much water you're going to pay for, because 57% of it gets lost. 28% of the electricity is lost. Your indigent register hasn't been updated since 1922, if that early or that long ago. you have no idea what you are spending. So you've got absolutely no idea how much you're getting in. And then you've only spent, of your make-believe budget, your unfunded budget, you only allocate 1.2% of this pie-in-the-sky amount instead of the required 8%, and then sit here and tell us that your infrastructure and your electricity and your sewage plans and your making plans and it's being corrected, and blaming it on old infrastructure that is 70 years old, which is fair. It might be 70 years old, but for the entire terms that you've been here, Mr. Mayor, there's been no maintenance on those, so that you can take off a good 10 years. That it could have been fixed, so that you wouldn't sit with asbestos pipes any longer. And then last but not least, what timelines exist for the completing of these master plan infrastructure plans and accelerating the meter installations? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you know, the reports are very clear and very nice in paper. However, we can talk, but for as long as there is a serious issue of impunity, we will never reach our destination. For a lack of a better word, for as long as we fail to bring the offenders to justice in various municipalities, we will never see the light. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I go to my questions, Chair, I just want to remind the municipality that is Matjhabeng, that Matjhabeng, you are under oath. Like I did before. I reminded you that you are under oath. Even today, I'm still saying that. Chair, let me go to governance and compliance. Chair, actually let me put it in this way. Any reason why are required reports and financial information not submitted timeously? That is my first question. And then I'm going to the financial management, Chair. Why are tariffs still not cost reflective? So those are two questions, Chair. I will come again, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Person. Let me acknowledge the report from Matjhabeng. Chair, I think Honorable Mayor has alluded that there's an outcry by Salga and Cooperative about the municipality, that there's no cooperation in the municipality. They don't get any cooperation when they come there and work with the municipality to implement some task. So now, at least the municipality is here, we'll get the answers for why Basa cooperate those two departments, which is Cooperative and Salga. As we know that is their mandate to assist the municipality. Chair, the last one is on skills audit. It's not complicated. It's not completed. Maybe if we can get the reason. I think Honorable Foucault covered me on the one of the finance information report not submitted timelessly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's welcome the presentation. It's unfortunate, Chairperson, that we don't have a presentation of the municipality on what we have asked on a financial recovery plan. The municipality gives us a 20-slide presentation. Out of those slides, you have only 2 slides that are titled RFP or RFP alignment. From there, it's a lot of slides with projects. We are not interested in the projects now. We want to understand what is it as far as your financial recovery plan, key issues, governance, institutional development, and service delivery. You did not do that. And I wanted to believe from where I'm sitting that this presentation, it's either it was prepared by one person and that person was rushing, he did not have information. And it means that what is presented here by ExcoRep and COCTA and the SALGA, it is true that the municipality if you are giving us to say that this is a presentation, you do not have anything or data, a collection or to check where are you in terms of your financial recovery plan. Because you have one slide here, slide 5, and then you duplicate all of those things, you break them down. And then if we were to ask you, acting MM or CFO, if you are saying in November in rescue phase, you achieved 27, 27 what? Because you are supposed to tell us, say that 27, I've complied with this, we have reduced, we have attended this number of meetings. It's not there. We don't have, we're having numbers. 3 in progress. What is 3 in progress? We don't know what is 3 in progress. If we were to ask you now to tell us what is 27, you are not going to be able to give us those lists. We go say that in December 29, what is 29? You are not going to be able to give us that. But I want to show you further that you don't have a presentation of your RFP. The RFP key issues that it speaks about on institutional development, out of 5 issues that you are supposed to focus on, none of them you have achieved. And these issues include that the structure that must be adopted, the review of a structure that must be adopted, it's not there. We don't have it in your presentation. The issue of moratorium, we don't have it. And you must explain to us why, when there was a moratorium, why did you advertise? Because if we are in agreement and we understand that this is legally binding, because the court, it's a court order that we must implement. The EPWP unit, why is it not terminated? Those are the issues that you are supposed to be dealing with to come and give us a report, not these things that you have put here. The issues of honorable members, what they are speaking about, illegal appointments, why are they not in the SIU? PPEs, why, what is happening with them? All of these things, in governance, dysfunctional disciplinary board, why is it still dysfunctional? 6 months down the line, why? You go to that the areas of councillors and employees, you are at 10%, you are not at 25%. You go and all this, the probability of success assessment, you are 4 out of 100. All these pending disputes, all of these things, you are not there. At least in service delivery, you are telling us about what do you call them? Smart water reader, smart meters. You are telling us about that, at least, and then the TBSA 1.5. At least that is the only thing that we are able to pick up out of the entire RF financial recovery plan. You don't have a presentation. You don't have a report. It means that what the ExcoRep is saying, that there is no cooperation with the institution, is the truth. Because you don't have a report. Chairperson, I am not sure because if we're going to ask these things, they are not going to give us. When we're saying that, tell us the 27 that you have achieved. I don't want to get to issues of your non-compliance when it comes to what is supposed to have happened in terms of the meetings, the access of information, and why are we paying, why are we paying people if they are going to lie to us? They are going to submit false report. Because I understand that the mayor is not in a position, he's not his responsibility to compile the report and all those to compile reports or information of all what is required, but to play oversight over the institution. But the management is not doing that. We don't have a presentation. We don't have it. So I don't know, Chair, if they are going to be able to tell us, because it's numbers, what was it? There's no report. The only report that we have is the report that we have from our research and the EXCO rep. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe with reference to the issue of the audit, part of the issues that we dealt with last year when we were dealing with the audit outcome of the municipality, it was the bill of the legal fees. I don't remember. I think it was it seated at 50 million or something like that. One of the issues that you then hear from the reports that you get is that part of the issues that the attitude of the institution expresses to either to creditors or other stakeholders also invokes litigations against the municipality. Now, when we talk about dealing with improvement of audit outcomes, that should be one of the areas that must be looked at. What efforts are you making to ensure that the litigations get reduced in the institution so that this these huge legal fees are reduced? I just want to give over to the mayor to lead in the replies.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to deal with few issues and allow the administration to deal with other questions. In the questions raised by Honorable Ntate Meku.
Respond to the question, not to the person, to the question to me. I asked all the questions raised in this house.
So I must not respond to those members of parliament.
Respond to me.
I'll respond to you.
Yes.
Chairperson, there is a question that is raised by this house that we are not cooperating. I don't understand when we mean we are not cooperating. What is the meaning of that? The premier of this province convened a meeting with the ESCO in Bloemfontein, where the MEC of Cooperative and the MEC of Treasury were in that meeting. We all agreed how we must work. And since that time, we have implemented what has been decided by that meeting. That both the ESCO rep and the municipality must work together. And this is what we've been doing. So I don't understand, Chairperson, to be quite honest, what is the meaning of this we are not cooperating? What is exactly that we are not cooperating? Because the reports which are supposed to be the ESCO rep must come. We agreed in that meeting of the ESCO that the ESCO rep must attend mayoral committee meetings. The ESCO rep must attend ESCO meetings. The ESCO rep must sit with the management in areas where there are challenges. Together with the ESCO rep and the management must deal with those matters. And this is what we have agreed. And those matters, they're supposed to be implemented. And the ESCO rep has been meeting with the management. The only thing that the ESCO rep has not done is to honor to be part of the meetings of the mayoral committee. And those matters, they were trying to sort out any other misunderstanding between ourselves and the ESCO rep. And the report that has been presented by the MEC of Cooperative, who is the political head of that department, they say there have been improvement. So I don't understand this report now that's coming that say now things are getting worse. I don't understand, to be quite honest. The second issue, Honorable Chair, we are told that we are not dealing with issues of service delivery. And we must respond to hard fork. I mean, that's another political part. Those people they have registered as election, as part of people who are going to contest election, we must now respond to them. In 2022, we agreed, Honorable Speaker, Chairperson, that this municipality, in terms of their infrastructure, has collapsed. And I'm not sure how many times I've been presenting this report to committees, and I don't understand why members of this committee, members of parliament, of the legislature, they have not been going deeper to this report that we have been presenting before these committees. And I want to repeat it again. We have been saying, Honorable Chair, on issues of sewer, you have 57 pump stations in Matjhabeng. 54 of those pump stations destroyed. Destroyed by a number of people involved. Some of the people who are involved is some companies who were captured in this municipality for a longer time. Some of those pump stations, they were destroyed by Zama Zama. And we declared the municipality as a disaster. And that's why there's a ministerial intervention in Matjhabeng that is been now implemented for more than 4.4 billion that has been implemented in Matjhabeng. Out of those 54 pump stations, 23 of those pump stations on the 22nd of March, they were handed over by the Minister of Water and Sanitation. They are working. There are 3 interventions in Matjhabeng. The lines, that must be fixed. The second one is your pump stations and is your sewer treatment plant. And the cost, Honorable Chairperson, 4.4 billion for the next 5 years, which is that 5 years will be ending by 2028 in terms of the target of the ministerial intervention. And this is the work that has been done by this administration. And that money, is being implemented by Val Central. They are the implementing agents. They are the one who are implementing. Today in this council meeting, at 3 o'clock we have a council meeting where Dr. Ntil will be presenting that report to council, the progress that has been done every financial year. You don't get the 4.4 billion once. You get allocation every year, a certain amount of money that must be implemented by Val Central. The second one, Honorable Chairperson, we indicated that the infrastructure of this municipality, aging infrastructure, we make that presentation, we develop business plan on our own. And all these interventions, no provisional government supported us on this intervention. We went to national government to get this intervention. The same with this intervention, which is we are getting now from, that has been announced on last week, Wednesday, of 2.4 billion for the next 3 years, is our own initiative. It's not from national, it's not from professional government. We got this intervention from national government. So I'm saying, whether you can bring any honorable chairperson, you can bring any expert to come to Matjhabeng, will not resolve the problems of Matjhabeng overnight. The third issue that has been raised by the chairperson, how far we have dealt with legal cost. Honorable Chairperson, there were companies here who captured this municipality. They were claiming that we are owing them more than 480 million. This leadership, where we are told that it looked like we are not doing our work, this leadership decided to stop that. We've put for forensic investigation. The first draft that has been presented by us, by the forensic, is telling us a different story. And that report will be presented to council. One of the officials, about 3 officials, one of the legal companies that was part of the people who were looting this municipality is now in jail. And go and Google, there's a lawyer here who was Mr. Maretz, Bertas Maretz. We took that matter, we registered with the police. He's been arrested. He's now in jail. He did not get a bail, where he took more than 20 million of this municipality. He's now in jail, not only jail for our own issues, but he's in jail, honorable chairperson, because of some of the things that he did. Before he was sentenced, he did not get a bail. He's now sentenced for a rape case, but he's still attending our own case. It's because of the case that we launched by this municipality. There are more than 5 cases now, which are investigated by the Hawks. 2 weeks back, it's about a week, they were in our office. They are saying very soon they are handing over those matters to the NPA for the NPA to prosecute. Whether they are going to prosecute, whether they're not going to, that will be the decision of the NPA. And this is the work that we have been done as part of fighting corruption in this municipality. 2 officials, 1 senior manager is on pay. 1 director has been fired by the municipality. He went on a labor court, he lost. He has now come back to other issues. Those matters, they are under investigation. It's decisions that have been taken by us around issues of fighting corruption. On the issue of the implementation of the financial recovery plan. In the financial recovery plan, there are 4 pillars. There's a pillar that deals with your service delivery. 80% of all the services in this municipality, honorable chairperson, they were outsourced. So we started afresh to buy fleet, to do all this. We have spent more than 300 million. Part of the fleet that, as part of assisting our employees to do their work, some of the employees, because this is what they've been doing in this municipality, where you have more than 12 million on overtime on a monthly basis, we took that 12 million to 2 million. And this is the work as part of the pillar that deal with your financial recovery plan, even before the financial recovery plan. Even before we're took by the DA to go to court. Even before the DA took at the municipality to go to court. Already we're implementing the financial recovery plan on those matters. We, Honorable Chairperson, bought more than 30 trucks to collect rubbish. Honorable Chairperson, I can report that those infrastructure of this municipality is getting every time, every week from the our own employees who are damaging our own infrastructure, which is I've now instructed the municipal manager that there must be a consequence management on those matters of collecting rubbish, because the decision that we took by council, we said at least every 2 days rubbish must be collected. And this is the work, these are interventions that we have been doing under your service delivery pillar. If you go on the pillar of good governance, we make sure, Honorable Speaker, that we recruit professionals. That's why our financial recovery, our financial statement, we are not done by external people, are done internally, because we appointed those people internally. As part of appointing engineers, where there were no engineers, there were no plumbers, there were no electricians. We appointed those people internally as part of improving our own good governance in the municipality. And this is the work that we've been doing. Honorable Chairperson. There's a question that why we are not firing people, which is they have been appointed unlawful. There are laws in this country. There are laws. There are people who are appointed because they are on contract. We have committed ourselves that the legal team, our legal team has been working on those matters because we wanted to say, come the new financial year, we are able to deal with those issues and make sure that we follow the due processes. Because if you appoint a person, there's a contract, you can't just take a decision of cancelling a contract without following due processes. And this is what we've been doing on those matters. We can't just say to a person, you are no longer having a contract now. We must follow due processes and their labor matters. If we don't follow those matters, people are going to take us to court and we're going to lose those cases. Are we submitting the organizational report? The municipality were now around issues of water and sanitation, Honorable Chairperson. You are dealing with issues of the Val Central. We have already signed a payment plan with Val Central. The payment plan has been signed with Val Central. We are now complying. We committed ourselves that we are going to pay 30 million every month, and this is what we have been doing for the past 2 months now. What is left now is a service level agreement that is going to be signed. We are going to council meeting today. After that council meeting, the municipal manager will be given a power to sign the service level agreement with Val Central. The ESCOM. We are paying ESCOM 30 million every month. And this is our agreement between ourselves and ESCOM. The Minister of Electricity and Energy was here. We agreed on those terms. And this is the work that we have been doing in the municipality. And these are agreements that we are honoring. These are agreements that has been agreed between ourselves, Honorable Chairperson, and the ESCOM. And that's why there is no threat from ESCOM of closing electricity or water, because these are agreements that has been reached between ourselves and the Minister of Water and Sanitation, and these are agreements between ourselves and the Minister of Energy and Electricity. reports, I don't understand if SALGA is saying it does not cooperate, Chairperson. We don't cooperate with SALGA. I don't understand. In our, I'm just going to make one example, Chairperson. In our last political steering committee, SALGA was part of the meeting, COCTA was part of the meeting, Professional Treasurer was part of that meeting, all the stakeholders, they were part of that meeting, including the Auditor General. Why SALGA will say we don't cooperate? Why they are in those meetings? And they were saying they are supporting the municipality who are working together with SALGA. Unless, Honorable Chairperson, they are mischievous. I want to say that. I'm a member of the Provisional Executive Committee of SALGA. And there have never been any report that's saying, SALGA, the chairperson of the association, will write to us and say, you are not cooperating. The president of the association is the speaker in Matjhabeng. Why will not cooperate with SALGA? Why is the chairperson, why is the president of the association? Why? Why will not support an association where we are a member? Why? On the issue of the smart meters, Honorable Chairperson, as part of improving our financial recovery plan, we are the one as a municipality, like the CFO was reporting, we make that commitment that we are losing revenue, and part of the reason why we are losing revenue is because some of the people, they were stealing electricity. And that's why we embark on these smart meters. We put an amount of about 30 million. We apply to National Treasury to get 100 million. We are just reporting to the committee chairperson, through you chairperson, that we have just got that information. Let's now go, chairperson, on our own employees, where you will have ghost workers. We've put forensic on the ghost workers. Honorable Chairperson, we've put forensic. And I'm not sure why CFO was not reporting that thing. We've put forensic. We're expecting a report, Chairperson, by end of this month or by end of June, we must be getting the report of the forensic. Because we realized that there was something wrong that was happening in our own ghost worker. There are people who are ghost workers. And I will make an example, Chairperson, to our suspicion. As an executive mayor of this municipality, that was our suspicion, that they are ghost workers. I can tell you now, Honorable Speaker, for fact, that last week we got an information that on the last year, February, one employee, which is proof our intervention, that let's put forensic, one employee, Chairperson, was sentenced for life sentence. It's the employee of Matjhabeng. Surprising. This employee, from Feb until last month, he has been getting a salary in prison. So our decision that let's put forensic on these matters, we are now proven right. That indeed, they are ghost workers. If one employee can be sentenced last year in Feb 2025, life sentence, but this person, the salary has never been stopped. So I'm saying we've been doing a lot of work. Even, in the past, Honorable Chairperson, you will not be here as members of parliament in Matjhabeng without a protection. What do you call that? You will not come here. Because this municipality was a high-risk municipality. No professionals were prepared to come and work here. Because of criminality. Things were happening in this municipality. And after we did all these interventions, we are still told that we are not doing our work. Due respect, Honorable Chair, is really demoralizing to some of us. It's really demoralizing that we put lot of all this effort to make sure that this municipality recover. A municipality that is mortgaged is taken by crooks. We intervene. We are still told that we did not give leadership.
Yeah, Major, I think what we wanted was responses to issues raised directly.
So I will,
And- Yeah,
sorry,
and-
Honorable Chairperson, because I requested that the team, my
Yes,
apology, I
yes.
requested that the team, they will deal with other
But
matters.
I-
But
I-
I thought I must deal with these issues.
Yes, but I want to raise something with you. What has been raised here is exactly what we are expressing of non-cooperation. Because your expressions, your response intimidates people who raised issues. If you say they are I don't remember the correct word, they are disingenuous or mischievous. Part of the attributes of good leadership is to take issues that people raised with you and ask a question, why is this person raising this issue? Let me make a reflection. But once you rebuff that, you are then saying, you are not in a position to listen to anyone who raises anything with you. And it's exactly the expression that was raised. At no point has people here raised an issue that nothing was done by the municipality, but is to say that cooperation in relation to dealing with critical issues as they raise. One of the issues that was raised was that the institution will agree on something. When it has to happen, it doesn't happen. A follow-up will be made, you agree. When it has to happen, it doesn't happen. So this is just to say that Majoro, look into the manner in which you deal with issues that are raised with the institution or with yourself as a person, so that you don't have a situation where your personality becomes the character of the institution. We are well aware that this institution, when you came in, was at the level where, when you look at it, you see a crime scene. We know that as we get into this institution, we should have seen a whole lot of cars outside waiting, of people who we in the past believed were controlling procurement here. They were, as they sit outside in their cars the whole day, they are guarding procurement in this municipality. Your presence in this institution became a paradigm shift from that problematic environment and ushered in a new whole culture altogether. Key to that culture was the discipline in the institution. Now, what becomes important in your journey to changing the institution is an attitude to listen to others as they talk to you and make reflections. Because that in itself does not say the person who's raising an issue with you is correct, but to say make a reflection to see, is this what this person raising true? And that self-reflection assist that person also in future when he doesn't agree with something that he can be able to raise with you. But once you rebuff with the attitude you are expressing now, no one will raise anything with you in the future. And you'll think that you are in the correct path because no one is saying anything. Only to find that everyone is they are folding their own arms and leaving you going astray. And say, look at him, he's going astray, and would never at any point in time tell you and advise you. Now, this is just a simple advice and also a protection against these people to say whatever they raised needs to be noted and make a reflection. That's why when we started here, I gave you their reflection in their presence, what they've said. And I also even said, CFO, those reflections also pointed directly to you, CFO, to say, your attitude has also not been helping. And this is the reflection that you have to take and say, moving forward, how do we build relations better? It may be out of misunderstanding. If it's out of misunderstanding, how do we correct so that we improve communication among stakeholders of the institution? Because ultimately, what we need positives out of political leadership and administrative leadership provided by both yourselves and the MM, so that ultimately this municipality change. I mean, the MM will remember that in 1983 November, here in Velkom, we protested against the changing or installation of what we called puppet councillor leaderships at that time. And all the issues that we raised at that time are the issues that people are raising now. Are you then saying the cases that we had at that time were cases that we didn't know what we were talking about? And this is to say, as people raise issues with us, we must then reflect as leadership to say, what is this thing that people are raising with us? And look around and say, how are we performing in relation to this mirror that is put in front of us by people to say, this is what they think is not going right. So this is the situation that we really must look at the situation here, so that we are then able, also as a committee, to assist the institution and protect the institution. It's true that some of the problems of the sewer blockages are caused by crime, for people who are deep into issues of gold smuggling, using that sewer to do their work. Now, if it's not a situation where people have a wrong perception about leadership of the institution, when the matter is raised, people can easily say, no, you are lying. You want to pass the buck. But once we have a political leadership that is receptive of criticism, of issues that come, it's not that criticism most of the time is right. It may be wrong. But it's a question of how do you react to what is being raised to you. That becomes important. And I will then request that let's treat this matter with an attitude that whatever comes out of these discussions here is constructive criticism that then draws ourselves to to a critical issue, how do we make the decisions that they've been taken by the institution to bear fruits, to be productive, and so that there's harmony and there's, what we had set ourselves to achieve, to say ultimately we want good governance as the mayor is leading the good governance. Skakala nto, wasting wena yourself. And this is the rule of the game, Majoro. Thank you.
Chairperson, we accept any constructive criticism. And that has been always our spirit. Any criticism that is constructive criticism, we accept, Chairperson, and we accept your ruling. Will allow the acting municipal manager to deal with other matters.
Thank you. Let me start with Ndatemiko.
Chair, neki kupa fela hore iskaba ekNJ, but I think the intervention is good. The request are the follow up, but the mayor is saying Bara, but then will come later. I respect that.
Over to you, Major.
Now I've requested the team, acting MM and the CFO to deal with some of other issues that have been raised. And I will request Chairperson at 5 to 3 to be released because there is council meeting.
Oh, I thought Otlareki Kanaki Imbizo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me deal with the issue of non-cooperation as criticism against the municipality. This perception is persistent, and I realize that it has also come to this level. But Ndatemakalo and I would know very well that I've said in numerous meetings that I always construe this as a differences in terms of interpretation. Because as we speak, one, we have been having engagement with the team. And where we differ, we engage, because this, for starters, Chair, our understanding and our posture is that the FRP is a court order, and it cannot be undermined. And our posture is that we are the custodian of the rule of law, and therefore we have to abide by that principle, that we are the custodian of the rule of law. We differ with Ndatemakalo where we differ. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we had meetings where we differed. We also going to have another meeting on Friday, service delivery. We have developed that rapport. The engagements are very robust, that I can tell. Maybe somebody can misconstrue that as non-cooperation. But we do engage. We have interactions. We get criticized, and we accept criticism from the team. It could be that maybe we give information not at an expected time. But remember, the FRP requires of us to have the POE. So we can't just do malicious compliance. So POE is very key in everything. And I still want to insist, Ndatemakalo, we are not resisting. Through you, Chair, you said we must not address people, but we're not resisting, we are cooperating. For that matter, Chair, I must also indicate that the council has appointed a Section 79 committee to deal with the FRP. That attitude on its own is an indication of the cooperation of the municipality insofar as this FRP is concerned. But the sticking issue, I must state for the record, Chair, is the interpretation. Because I still remember in our last meeting with Dr. Makalo, we had an issue insofar as the litigation register is concerned. We had thought that we had achieved. And Dr. Makalo showed us that, no, you have not achieved. You only, out of 100, you have only achieved 4, and you can't call that achievement. And our interpretation was not numerical. Our achievement was the activity says this, and the POE says this is what you need to submit. So we have these engagements with the team, and we have a receptive attitude towards criticism, Chair, and I must state for the record. Remember, I took an oath. I can't tell a lie, Chair, and perjury is minimum 3 years in jail, so I will not even have the latitude or the legs to go to jail. But I'm stating for the record that we are, even this Friday, we are going to meet with the team. As for the skills audit, I've got to talk about the skills audit. We had a problem with the skills audit. When we started with the skills audit, there was resistance from the labor unions, interpreting that as you are now coming into a space and inciting employees to say, you are going to be demoted. They are going to take away your jobs. We had to explain in the LLF to say, this skills audit is not only, should not be looked at in a negative way, because it's also a way of upskilling you to be able to do what you are expected to do. And I can safely say to you, Chair, now, we are now in tandem, we agree with them that it has to be done, and it is, we report to MEICO now and then. The process was very slow when we started, very, very slow for that matter. But let me also come to the issue of service delivery. I posed this to the FRP team to say we respect this moratorium on filling of vacancies. Of course, we respect that. But I was saying to Tate Makalo, we are faced with a chronic shortage of personnel, where you have almost 50% shortage of personnel, which is very chronic. And for us to do work, we need to, but the meeting, our meeting came out with an understanding that says only after June that the moratorium will be uplifted or will be lifted, and therefore, and on condition that you meet certain things before that moratorium can be lifted. So we are in compliance, Chair. It is not true that we are undermining we tried, I still remember very well, I tried my luck. I can safely say, I tried my luck to say, no, we have shortage of personnel. You'll have these vehicles that we have, but you don't have people to drive those vehicles. The fleet you have. What do you do? Where necessarily service delivery is to suffer. But there was an insistence that you don't do that. And secondly, I would implore members, honorable members, to understand that service delivery challenges in Matjhabeng, as the mayor indicated, they're historical. In all fairness, and we're not trying to protect ourselves. And some of these problems, Chair, as you clearly alluded to, they are in the main criminal. They are in the main driven by a profit motive, because people wanted to make money out of sewer, as an example. As you unblock those sewer lines, you get objects there that block these sewer lines, perpetually for that matter. There are houses, when you get into Matjhabeng here, that are swimming in sewer, not only in yards, inside their houses. I took the mayor to one of the areas there, in Tabo. It's because before this administration, there was anarchy in this municipality. And that is why I'm saying I would implore honorable members to understand. But there's also this sticking reality, Chair. Out of 36 wards that we have in Matjhabeng, only 10 wards are paying. it's a stark reality that we've got to deal with. And out of those 10 wards that are paying, they're hovering between 60, 70%, and sometimes lower than that. We need to have money to make things happen. And we're not complaining. We're stating empirical facts as to why we're here. And lastly, Chair, because as the mayor indicated, there's a council sitting, we must be understood that we have a team that is dedicated, and I can assure you, and assure the team from both COCTA, Treasury, and the FRP, that we are more than ready to work with the team. Where we have flaws, they are more than welcome to tell us that we've got flaws here, and therefore we would want you to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me pause there and maybe give over to the CFO with your permission to deal with issues financial. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MM. Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I think MM has already addressed most of the issues with the executive mayor. I'll be very brief, Chairperson. But what I want to also just put Chairperson on record is the presentation that we have made of 20 slides. What we have submitted to the Honorable Committee is a detailed report, which is about 4 sets of detailed report that gives the work that has been done and the work that has not been done, with also the reasons. We even highlighted in the report that we have given to the committee in colors, yellow, green, and red, on issues where we haven't achieved. We've got an extremely detailed report. So wanted to say to the Honorable Chairperson, we're not undermining this Honorable Committee. We were just saving your time as you requested us, that you are only allowing us 30 minutes. But as far as the information is concerned, we have shared that information with the Honorable Committee. So I just wanted to put that into perspective, Chair. Chair, I'll just highlight, as far as the finance reports are concerned, there is in finance we work as a team. In fact, in Matjhabeng we work as a team. We call ourselves Team Matjhabeng. In finance we work as a team. The CFO is just the leader of the team. In that division of finance, Chair, we have highly qualified and highly skilled individuals. We have a minimum of about 2 chartered accountants there who are qualified. Even our champion, our finance champion, she's an expert on the field. She's the one who oversees and prepares our financial statements. What is happening, Chair, with finance reports and the FRP? I'll just cite an example. The last meeting we had on Monday, there were about 3 hours discussion between finance team with the FRP team through the provincial EXCO representative. There's a difference of interpretation. The issue is not like work is not done. A report, remember in finance, where Treasurer will also allude to that, we've got structured approach of reporting that is designed by National Treasury and given to all of us, which we are always above board as far as that is concerned. In the presence of Treasury, I can say that. FRP introduced other reports, which the experts within the department, they prepare those reports, but there's always an issue of interpretation between themselves as the chartered accountants together with the team of FRP. But despite that, Chair, with whatever that the team has raised in the leadership of the FRP through the EXCO rep, we humbled ourselves as a team and say, okay, we'll go back with the reports that we have submitted and see to it that we cover all these areas of concern that were raised by the team. So cooperation is above board, Chair. We really, really are always there, working with the team, provided the information, but not always that sometimes there's a satisfactorily in terms of the information that we are providing to the team as accountants. But that matter, Chair, will be corrected. And the self-introspection and reflection that you have said, we will go as a team of finance, led by the CFO, do that reflection and see how best can we improve to see to it that we are in a position that we satisfy the reporting levels that are expected. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you. You know, I would want to cut our engagement with Matjhabeng so that we allow this is senior management that must run the council sitting and the mayor. And I think the PAR must be part of the council sitting. Maybe the summary that firstly, we would want to see improvement of communication between management of the institution and the PER. And then secondly, that we must get, as the committee, monthly update in terms of that, of the improvement of that relationship. Thirdly, that only one report of financial recovery plan must be tabled in the council sitting, agreed upon by both the two teams. And it's one of the updates that we really need to get monthly as a committee. And just as a word of advice, I saw where you have fixed sewer lines next to Leseding or Teto, next to Teto, which was very bad. That Hartfall was there claiming victory as if they are in government. It clearly says the municipality, the communication of municipality has to be improved so that you are then able to report adequately all the issues that you are able to fix as challenges. And lastly, where you have fixed sewer, fixed the roads so that both the two things can go together. Honorable members, I know that you still have questions, but I want to allow the municipality to go to the council sitting and engage. Majoro, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your leadership. See you when we call you again. Thank you, Majoro.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, over to Ntatemiko.
Nekere, Chair, your summary represents us quite well. Maybe just one and small addition, reinforcing the issue of getting reports. That as a committee, we probably also need to take some of the decisions.
We are going to summarize our decisions.
All right, all right.
Yes. Honorable members, we haven't had lunch, and I can see Ausdineo and Dateben, they are so hungry, they can't even say anything. If we can just grab something outside, I don't know whether food is ready. I know the report that we have, Majoro, the report that we got earlier on, or I had already indicated that to yourselves, that it was said that you are so cooperative and your patience will assist in that cooperation for us to make you stay with us for another 30 minutes to eat before you assume the seats here. Honorable members, HOD, everyone, if you can just get food outside, just 30 minutes and we come back. coming. I don't know where is that Goliath. Oh, here he is. Thanks, Majoro. Thanks for, we have the team from Treasury, we have Salga, we have Cooperative. And then we then have members of the legislature and our team from legislature. We like to give you also, Majoro, 30 minutes presentation. 30 minutes presentation so that we can then have time for engagement. Maybe before we start, you can just introduce your team. Just introduce your team, Majoro.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to honorable members of the committee, Treasury and Cooperative present, and officials of legislature. My name is Nozli Lomashia. I'm the mayor of Nala. With me, I am with the accounting officer of Nala local municipality, Mr. Leshwenya, and on my far left is our administrator or ex-colleague, Mr. Amos Goliath, and then we've got council speaker, Mr. Mutibi. If you then allow me to go ahead, Chairperson, let us welcome the opportunity.
I have not given you.
Oh, okay.
Yes. What we have now, Majoro, is MM telling us, he's alone with the with Ndatu Goliath. Therefore, it means both of them will then take will swear him in. I don't know whether they take oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. May you please stand for me? So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
That's correct.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sekonyela Joseph Leshwenya.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Please switch on your mic.
Good afternoon.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Amos Goliath.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Majoro, you know the problem that you just experienced now. You had to assist him because he's schooled in the township, Tutahauta, and this one schooled in Velcom High. So that difference of the suburb and the township, that's what we have just experienced. Over to you, Majoro. We just give you 30 minutes a presentation.
No, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members of the committee. Let's appreciate the opportunity that it has been given to us. Chairperson, the ex-colleague is going to present all the MM, but on record, I think I need to indicate, Honorable Chair, that What ex-colleague presented before this committee earlier is the same report that we are going to report, because wherever we go, we are having one report. So we don't have our own report and then he's having his own report. We have one report wherever we are going to present. So if the committee then says, even if it is so, let it again be presented on record, I hand over to them with your indulgence, Chair, because it's the same report. Thank you very much.
I think even the last time you appeared in front of the committee, you had one report at that time. So I think with this, now that we had listened earlier on to the report, you can just reduce your presentation to 20 minutes or less, so that you don't flood our ears with one message. Dr. Goliath can talk a lot like HOD and Datelobe. So, as he goes on and on, cut him and say, no.
No, thank you, Chairperson. All protocols observed. Thanks for the opportunity that we are getting before this committee, Chair. I have been requested by the administrator to make a presentation in relation to the invite by the committee. Perhaps one needs to remind the committee that...
Can I advise you? I can advise you that the Goliath should do it because he knows what he has presented.
Okay.
So that he can go to areas where he would just want to emphasize. So that it's that second or that repetition of a report is done in 15 minutes. Otherwise,
the municipality is under Section 1391B, which was invoked on the 30th of April 2025, and it was extended due to the unstable political environment, the non-implementation of the valuation role in December 2025 until the end of July 2026. There are regular engagements between the EXCO reps and the mayor and the speaker and the MM to resolve issues relating to to different issues, issues that we agree on and issues that we do not agree on. There has been an incident in the municipality in November where there was an attack on the EXCO rep, and the Free State EXCO subsequently assigned a protector to the EXCO rep. There are also regular engagements between the mayor and the EXCO rep and the MM and different community groups, unemployment groups, business chambers, etc. Institutional arrangements is that we have a collective executive committee system. The chief executive officer has been suspended on the 17th of March, and the municipality has been functioning without one, which poses several risks to the municipality. And there's a definite need for more support from COCTA to the municipality and to the Section 139 intervention. The Director Technical's contract also expired on the 31st of January. The position has been advertised, and a request has also been made to COCTA to second somebody to come and assist the municipality, as there's nobody in the municipality who's qualified to act in that position. The EXCO lead has also written to MISA to provide technical support, and we are awaiting MISA's response in this regard. We cannot overstate that the 2 vacancies places huge strain on service delivery, on governance, and on compliance, and affects negatively the Section 139 intervention. The municipality's middle management does not have sufficient capacity at middle management level in the areas of electricity, internal audit, and legal, and these positions have subsequently been advertised. The municipality is also currently finalizing the appointments of the audit committee, the risk committee, and the financial disciplinary board. The process was slowed down when the person assigned by COCTA to support the municipality with these processes was appointed at the Department of Human Settlements and had to be withdrawn from the municipality. The problems that was besetting the municipality that relates to dualism were resolved. The municipality now has a speaker. The municipality now has an MPEC committee. Meetings of the council and the executive committee are now sitting regularly, as well as meetings of the different portfolio committees of the municipality. The MEC of COCTA has granted condonation for the extension of the current valuation role of the municipality until 1 July 2026. And COCTA is actively supporting the municipality to ensure that it is implemented. The municipality's application for water debt relief was approved, and the municipality has since been keeping its commitment to pay Val Central. Treasury has been, a communique was sent to the Treasury to assist the municipality with a voluntary financial recovery plan, and we are still waiting for the Treasury to respond. In the meantime, the municipality developed a recovery action plan, which was approved by Council in December, and it seeks to incorporate the issues raised by the AG, the Joint Portfolio Committee, ProPAC of the Free State, the NCOP Select Committee, the terms of reference of council, and other service-related issues in the municipality. This is presented at management meetings and monitored. The implementation thereof is monitored, and a copy thereof was supplied to the municipality. The Section 106 investigation that was conducted by COCTA after a directive by the MEC has not been issued to the municipality, and it should be expedited. The municipality has started to resubmit monthly reports, compliance reports, but they are not yet up to the level that we want them, and in terms of quality, and also not always in time, and that remains work in progress. MPEC has started convening after they were trained by SALGA and the Provincial Treasury in November 2025, and to date they have, on record, they have written off 46 million in unauthorized expenditure and wasteful expenditure, which relate to interest paid to late payments. That excludes interest of ESCOM. The committee is still meeting, and we will only have a more accurate figure once the committee have submitted their plan to the municipal, their report to the municipal council of the last 3-4 meetings that they have had. The NCOP requested the former speaker to submit, this former MPEC chairperson, who's now the speaker, to submit is the MPEC reports that were outstanding to the council and to the administrator, which was done in December with recommendations. And the interviews for the filling of the corporate services position were concluded, but the committee could not find suitable candidates. I will skip all the other projects. There's our MIG projects. I just want to say for the record, I think the municipality is spending at 96%, which is still, despite our challenges, I think the municipality is the municipality that's spending the spending is the highest on MIG projects in the province. The collection rate is poor at 40% because we are not implementing our credit control properly. We have a high debtors book. Creditors are 1.6 billion, of which 1.2 is for ESCOM. 147 million is to Val Central. 17,000 is for the government garage, and 11 million, not 1,000 million, is for the financial system. The municipality's draft budget was tabled on the 31st of March, and we are currently finalizing the budget so that it is approved on time on the end of May. The municipality's AFS was submitted late, only at the end of October, and the SG is still on site. And a meeting that we had yesterday, the AG indicated that they might be able to provide us with a report of the management letter on the 15th, which is Friday. The municipality treasury gave notice that the municipality would be removed from the debt relief program, the electricity debt relief program. The municipality subsequently accepted the conditions to participate in ESCOM's DAA. The municipality service delivery efforts are hampered by the lack of plant and equipment, vehicles, and excessive use of external providers due to the lack of skills.
As you wrap up.
Are we done?
As you wrap up.
Oh. Yeah, and hopefully the municipality, the valuation role will be implemented on the 1st of July, and the municipality will then be in a position to start looking at the intervention with the intention to wind it down and develop an exit plan. Thank you, Chair.
What are your joint recommendations?
What are they?
Recommendations.
Joint recommendations. The joint recommendations are that the committee take note of the report of NALA's progress report, that the provincial government provide support to the intervention so that we can make sure that the intervention is concluded within the time frame that has been set for the intervention.
Thank you, Majoro. Do you want to say anything before, or you'll engage only at the time of the questions?
Chair, nothing much, safe to indicate that as Nala municipality would really want to see Section 79, Section 139 be helpful to the municipality. For it to be helpful to the municipality, is COGTA and Treasury to come on board. And as we are making recommendations for them to assist us, because there would have been issues which triggered Section 139(1)B. And we don't want to be part of statistics that after Section 139(1)B, nothing has changed. So we are cooperating. We have acknowledged that we are sick. We are given that medication. And our understanding is that that medication must be a medication that will really heal us so that people of Nala can get proper services. Thank you very much. Chair.
Honorable members, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, 5 quick ones. Okay, how is the municipality ensuring that the newly implemented frontline complaint management system is effective, effectively capturing and tracking and resolving the community's concerns, and what mechanisms are in place to report the outcomes of these complaints to council and its stakeholders? What progress has been made in developing and executing annual infrastructure maintenance plans, and how is the maintenance addressing the protection of the public assets? By this I mean the security fences that was mentioned earlier, the security deployment, the technological upgrades. What's been done to prevent the theft, the vandalism and deterioration of? I know the administrator mentioned that you've got a very weak security, but what is being done to improve on that? What measures are being implemented to ensure that all municipal vehicles and equipment are properly registered, maintained and accounted for, especially given the recent issues with the tipper truck also mentioned? Used vehicles, missing documentation and the lack of service books. Is there service books? Can you prove where it's been, how far it's traveled? Is there proper logbooks available? And then, has the municipality conducted a comprehensive skill audit to identify areas where internal capacity could replace costly outsourced services such as water meter readings, IT, and asset management? And what is the timeline for implementing these changes? And my last question, what progress has been made in re-establishing the records at the registry office? And how is the municipality ensuring that all critical policies, including delegations of powers and standard operating procedures, are reviewed, updated, and effectively communicated to the staff? Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yes. Now the only thing I have is that moving into the future, I don't know whether it's through restructuring of the organogram or whether you have it in the organogram. An agricultural hub without agricultural expertise in the institution. Moving forward, please ensure that you have expertise in your institution who are skilled in agriculture, so that your structure also talks to the economy of the municipality. Over to you, Majoro.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me perhaps start with the latter question, Chair. Safe to indicate that we are noting what you are raising with us, Chair, and I think it makes a lot of sense since Nala is an agricultural area. And on the basis that we are in a process of reviewing our own organogram, working with Salga and Cogda, perhaps it's something that we might have to look into. But just safe to indicate that perhaps we also have to resuscitate the engagement that we used to have through Triple P to look into getting a TVET or something that will teach people, learners about agriculture in our area, because in the past there was interest people who really, private people who really came to us to say, can we have this engagement? And I think even MEC Distia did engage me that we must have that meeting. So we'll definitely look into that. Chairperson, with regard to other questions, I don't know if MM and Mr. Goliath were able to capture them all, but we do have interest to respond to all the questions. In an event, they are all not captured. I am going to request to plead with you, Chair, that we get those questions so that we can adequately respond to them. Safe to indicate that delegation of powers, you would know, once when you initiate a new council, there are those policies that you approve through council. And now we are in a process of reviewing many other policies as part of budget-related policies. So those that are outstanding are the policies that would have been reviewed by 30 May as we present our annual budget. The skills audit, yes, I think I agree with the honorable member that we need to do that skills audit. I think when we were having a steering committee meeting, as part of issues that we were raising and agreed on as revenue enhancement strategies, was to really look at our do skills audit, so that we are able also to deal with high employee-related cost. So, Chair, with your indulgence, can I give to honorable members if they did hear, or MM and Dr. Amos, if they had other questions?
Thank you, Chair. As far as it relates to the protection of municipal infrastructure, in the recovery action plan, we have made provision under line 26 or item 26 for us to assess the capabilities of the municipality security unit. And in that regard, council appointed an ad hoc committee, which is in finalizing its work to make recommendation on how council should go about in the future to secure its infrastructure. And that it would include making use of technology. We've also agreed, and they are preparing a tender for the erection of a fence around the stores of the municipality. We've also looked into acquiring temporary storage for some of the critical infrastructure that can be stored on site, containers type of storage for some infrastructure, because the pattern has been when the stock is delivered, 2 days later there's a break-in at the municipality's offices, and when next month the stock is stored somewhere else, all of a sudden the break-in is also where it is delivered. So we're trying to look at having a temporary, using containers at the head office of the municipality to store some of especially the expensive items, which are bread and butter items. As far as our records management is concerned, it's under item 20 of the recovery action plan, that we have appointed somebody to lead that project. He's the acting manager administration, to re-establish the records and registry office, which is non-existent at the moment, and to review the functioning thereof, because it's manual. The municipality does not have its own server. It's making use of the server of the service provider who's providing the municipality's financial system. So if you don't have a server, then it's going to be very difficult for you to have an automated records management system. So we need to develop a plan which would have to start first and foremost for the municipality to establish its own ITC backbone on site. The emails of the municipalities goes through the server of a service provider which is off-site, and all the other information of the municipality goes through a different server which is also off-site. So it is work that we have, it's listed in the recovery action plan, but it will not be achieved in the current financial year, because to put up a server room according to the standards, will take a couple of millions of rands for the municipality. But it is on our recovery action plan. In the office of the municipal manager, we have appointed somebody as an acting manager who is reviewing all the policies of the municipality, the standard operating procedures, and she is working with people at COCTA and the provincial treasury so that we don't incur a lot of costs, because we know there are prototype policies. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So that one is also work in progress. I don't know. The registration of the vehicles, yeah, that is a very difficult one. What happened in the municipality, the person who is the manager for fleet and the second in charge were placed in those positions under a process that they called migration. They don't have the necessary skills, but we have given them templates of what do they call these things? Logbooks, and ask them to start distributing it to, and monitoring them. And last week we did an inspection on whether they are doing it, and then we had to explain the whole process all over again. Now it's very difficult to replace people like that, because they are permanent, they're earning high salaries. You don't want to just replicate a position like that. So it is work in progress as far as that is concerned. We also don't want a logbook that can just disappear overnight. So we have now a template. We're gonna have them printed, and we have started with a new compact vehicle. And on that one, we are trying out a new template. Because the problem with the compact vehicle is that there are 2 shifts during the day, and we often, with the current ones that spend more time in the workshop than on the road, it has been very difficult to establish who of the drivers were negligent. So we have provided them with a logbook and an inspection book last week, so that the one who takes over can do an inspection and see whether everything is that everything is still fine on that one. So we're trying it out with the new compact vehicles. Something.
I think that what we are going to do, the questions that Makai has raised with yourselves, they will be sent also to yourselves, so that you can then provide those responses. But they also work as a guide to check how are you performing. Those questions are assisting. The only thing I can say to yourselves is that the municipality has been one of those that have brought a bad name to the province previously, with a non-submission of AFS, which would sometimes lead to the problems of auditing and outcomes of disclaimers. From you always are a candidate of disclaimer. So we need a situation where, as we see improvement that side of political environment, we must then also see improvement in terms of other key indicators of good governance, so that you assist the province to change the image. You know, when the audit outcomes are going to be released, the whole country knows, Free State bad. When education results are going to be released, everyone in the country knows, no. Free State is going to be amongst the top. So it therefore says that your institution has created a bad image for the province. An anomaly is that the whole world, when you talk about the best agricultural exhibitions, they look to your municipality. You can't go anywhere in the world and you talk about agricultural exhibitions and farmers don't tell you that there's NAMPO. The same way as the best farmers or a lot of good farmers, not only in the country but in the world, they come from there. I know that because some time ago when we were in Russia, there was one farmer from there who was in a project of piggery, a very big project, who was roped in by one of the top billionaires of Thailand to establish and run that project of piggery in Russia. When Mandela, well, I know Botabo have, a bad, sometimes they say bad things to say it was part of Pain Lobola. When Mandela was trying to assist Mozambique, he took farmers from your municipality to assist agriculture in Mozambique. So I'm just giving you this picture to say it rests upon your shoulders to ensure that those that are doing good and bringing a good image to the area, you also play your part and move along. If it's an agri-town that has survived and is performing because of the economy, run privately by private people doing agriculture, you must then also come along, work with them, so that you also improve services in the area and the image of the area. Those are my last words. And ultimately, we hope that, like Matjhabeng has done, by improving its audit outcome, you'll do the same. And say, those that still wants to be a disclaimer, it's their own baby. We are moving away from that. That's how I conclude our interaction with yourselves, Majoro. Unless if you want to say something, you can leave us in peace, not in pieces.
No, thank you for releasing us, Chair, but I know leadership don't, I'm not correcting you, but I remind you, leadership do forget. Though it is not a good thing that we're stagnant in qualification, but we are not in disclaimer. Thank you very much, as we leave.
I'll go and check. Uderdom or sometimes catches up with me. Honorable members, we must now conclude by wrapping up with the key resolutions of the committee in terms of the interaction that we had today. Maybe we need to start. I think it was captured. The one of the capacity constraints of Salga. I think that one we have captured, and then we go straight to municipalities. We didn't have any other resolution on with any other person. With any other juristic person. I know HOD is a lawyer, so with any other juristic person except Salga, now we must move to resolutions for Matjhabeng. Let's start.
Just to remind us, unless if the chair I'm waiting for the chair in his table.
Talk. I was just checking that whether the recordings have been made so that we don't miss anything.
Yeah, but I thought I must check this aspect on the tradition. Do we take this decision in front of our guests? Because I thought this is now committee in session. So that when we are happy with them, we also release them.
Oh.
And they must leave us in pieces. What did you say, Chair, about PCC and peace?
No, we release them so that Ntatelo, as he's driving, he's going to get them lost again before they get out.